Maybe I should have put a background behind me, like make it look like I'm not in my bedroom. Oh well. I could put a green screen behind me. That might work. It's okay. I think I'm off until Friday. Let's see. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome. He's running from my fruit juice. He's running from my fruit juice. He's running from my fruit juice. You sound pretty badass through the microphone though. This way. I can hear myself. It's a problem. Okay, where are we going? Okay. I got like 3 days to finish this back. We can do it.
Yeah.
I may have to grind this stupid game, huh? What's up? I got a gray shotgun. Do you want minis? Oh. We already used it.
I got it.
Sorry, I'm stealing kills. Dude, I completed it. Stage 8. I got 3 more stages. Oh, I got a mini hold on. Bye. Bye, you know. Goodbye. I think. There's another one down there?
Yeah.
Oh, he's right there.
There.
Thanks. Uh-oh, don't die. Ah! Ah, he got me. Sorry. My bad. How many kills did I get? Like 5. But if you eliminate them, maybe we should play squads. You can eliminate. I mean, you can knock them. I just have to eliminate them and it counts. I don't know why.
Okay.
But you can kill people. Don't get killed over it. I just mean if somebody's knocked, just let me finish them.
Yeah.
Are you back in lobby or what? I don't know where he went. Hello, welcome to the only show. Look at this claim. Oh, I didn't. Style. Yeah, see how many prongs there are in the back? The 11th one is like a crown me kid. Are you sitting out? Sound, okay. Let's turn down the main sound. Sound effects, voice chat, I think I need to turn up a little bit. Things at 50%, and then we'll make that 75. Where are my effects on? Performance, brightness. Turn the brightness a little bit. Quality. View distance, epic, textures, high, screen space, on, resolution, latency. Okay. Oh shoot, hold on. I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh no. No, no, no. Hello, hello, welcome to the only show not hosted by a watering wacko or a convicted felon. It's me. I got kicked from my lobby because I am the best at all things.
Fly her across the country, I finished the show and I hop in it. I got me a milli, I did it legit out west. Slang it out west. Gold metallic knife, I can shake it out west. It's up and stuck. Thought you can cost the game, what was you thinking of? Red coupe, roller coaster sound just like it does. These days I balance all the hate out with the love. Vibes in this, they surprised that I live. Try can't be killed, got me. Hey, make it out west.
The Mirage wants in. Going to sleep.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
I found a glitch.
Are you good?
Yeah, so
I think I need 25 more kills on my thing.
yesterday I found a glitch how to get bot lobbies. I added one guy as friends and I got on the game with him and he left and there were only bots in the game. And I did all of my tasks.
Oh, that's
I
cool.
got the skin.
I'm trying to get the back bling. I got like, I think I'm on level 8. Going for 9 right now.
I'm on level 2.
Yeah, I'm working on them. Well, trios will be easier to get knocks.
Me, if you want, we can try that glitch.
What is it? What's the glitch again?
So I add someone as friends. I join his party. I invite you guys in. We get in the game with him, and he leaves, and it's gonna put us with bots, so we can get all the kills.
I don't know if we want to try it. Where's his game? How come he doesn't
Actually,
just stay?
how
How come he doesn't stay in the game?
because he's a bot. It's a bot. If he stays in the game, he's gonna get banned. Bots get banned. Very easy.
I got a bot lobby right now. I just killed 3 people. There's one other person here. He was running this way. Where did he come in? I don't know, ever since I've gotten this stupid back bling, I've been...
And one guy, I found the words on on YouTube. It is he is invisible to everyone and woman. He's invisible for women.
Why do I have so many shotguns?
Oh,
Oh, there's a guy in a car over here. He's probably going to... Bunch. Well, luckily they hit me on the roof. Oh, these guys are kind of sweaty.
This guy got basketball soccer, shooting. After a couple attempts, he didn't know his shoes stuck at the top. He tried to use his original to get the ball when he shoot
Hit my
out.
bot.
And I think I got this guy. This guy, bro, all the cheer. Ooh, that's it.
no.
Dude, were they teaming?
I don't know.
That
You
looked like
wanna
they
try
were-
the glitch?
No, it's fine. Maybe later.
Yeah.
These guys looked like they were teaming. I thought there was like they had 2 different cars with 3 people in them. Maybe they had a bot. I don't know.
You play trios.
Oh, we did that. Oh, that's why. No, that's now. I think it switched because of you. I'm gonna have to watch that footage because it looked like they had 2 teams there working together.
He's working on this art just to be real life. You see this? Please just comment and work hard.
My views are going up.
Did not just
Tell.
Dave's working on
And my
this
videos
art
are doing
piece
really
just
good.
to get 3 likes. You see this? Please just comment and work hard. I did not just spend days working on this art piece just to get 3 likes. You see this? Please just share. Comment and work hard. I did not just spend days working on this art piece just to get 3 likes. You see this? Please just share. Comment and work hard. I did not just spend days working on this art piece just to get 3 likes. You see this? Please just share. Comment and work hard. I did not just spend days working on this art piece just to get 3 likes. You see this? Please just share. Comment and work hard. I did not just spend days working on this art piece just to get 3 likes. You see this? Please just share. Comment and work hard. I did not just spend days working on this art piece just to get 3 likes. You see this? Please just share. Comment and work hard. I did not just spend days working on this art piece just to get 3 likes. You see this? Please just share. Comment and work hard.
Where are we going?
Wherever you guys want.
Frenzy?
Hopefully I can get 10 kills. 20 kills. I need a 30 bomb right now, and then I can try to big ass clips.
David.
Bruh.
David. David. Jason? David.
Sweaty.
Robert is David. Robert is Jason? David. Oh, yes. Strawberries too.
I'll be
Jason? David.
See something.
Not. Well, I can finish him off. Do you guys have sniper bullets?
Maybe. No.
Do you have sniper bullets?
I don't even know why I walked away from there. Should be able to get me the rest of the house. Are we in the circle? On me, on me. I got grenades to spam. Let's go. Damn, it's getting cold inside my house. Turn on the heat. I guess I'll put the red dot sights on now. Maybe it's because I'm playing Call of Duty. I think there's a bunch of people at doing a third party. I think they're there.
Does someone have a hammer?
Well, we'd probably be using it.
Apothary, do you have a hammer?
I don't think so. I don't think anybody does. I haven't seen anybody use one in the game so far.
I had one.
The only thing I heard was that the mythic, did that drop somewhere around here? We're heading towards it. Is that you?
Mm.
Oh, somebody just got the mythic. Cool.
Sweat.
You didn't even get that last down. Ready enough or going?
But if you want to try that glitch, we can invite Easy Bestie.
It's up to him if he wants to.
Easy Bestie, do you want to try a glitch?
Do you want to try and get a bot lobby real quick?
Put another invite if you want to get both lobbies.
Okay, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Here,
Okay, I'm gonna invite you guys, or you join me, okay?
yeah, invite me and I'll invite Izzy.
Okay, okay. Hello? What, hi?
How come the bot lobby's level 999? Is he just permanently on? Is that why? He's just joining game?
Yeah. Hurry up.
Hey, how come it says solo's no fill?
Don't worry, there'll be squads, I think.
It says something weird.
Yeah, it shows solid half a bit squads, actually.
Do your kills
We
count?
can get yeah, they do. It's not a map, it's not a creator map, it's a real map. But it's just with both of them, with bots.
Wait, I don't think we got in.
Do you get in?
No, I don't think so. We're still in. We're still in lobby.
Easy got in.
Oh, he didn't? Then give it a sec. Maybe I'll get in.
You not get in?
No, I'm not in.
Let's leave. We'll leave the game easy. I'm gonna request to join that guy again so we can start again. Maybe it was just a glitch. We can get in.
Maybe I'm
You guys try to join.
Maybe they don't like.
You cry.
Okay, I'll add me in a sec. Maybe they don't like Americans. I don't blame them. Try it one more time. If it doesn't work, I got this. Somebody wants to play.
Yeah, one second, let me just... Can I put it, if you want, you can add him. You can join him. You can add, he instantly add you. So, put any number, like 56.
Yeah.
Add friends. 56, point, bot, space, lobbies. Okay. You guys join me, okay? I couldn't find you though, so
Okay. Yeah.
try to join me.
Yeah. I'll see what you can do.
Okay. Invite Izzy.
Where is he? Yeah, if
Okay.
it
Let me
doesn't
put
work. If it doesn't work
scores.
this time, then I'll just play with that other one. Oh, there
Yeah.
it is. It's probably better now. Bot space lobbies?
Yeah. Look, I don't know. Every time you join him and you're already up, he's gonna give you party leader, and he's gonna leave the game and the party.
Okay.
Did he put you in?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, we're good. He's
This
left.
guy got
Left.
5,000 likes on that video? How many views did that thing have? 51,000? He posted it today. Doing better than I am.
One time I got 3,000 views in
I think I'm gonna wear my own filter. I made another filter today. Hopefully it'll get released. I made 3 filters this week. I'm gonna make like 25 tonight. I could probably make it 25 pretty quick. I could be the filter master.
Hazy, can I edit it?
Huh?
Let me see if I can edit it. Where? Alright. Let's go to the most visited place, Bro Boston.
Where are you going? I'm just gonna go straight down and solo whatever right now since we bot locked down. Just kidding. These are bots. These guys were shooting me out there.
I mean, there are many. Look how many people are still there. They're clearly bots.
finish this split backplane in no time.
These are all bots.
No. Why was one shooting me out of the air? That's the only damage I got when I was standing. Yeah, if we do this like 2 times, I'd probably get my back one. I just got my level 9.
We clear the entire zone.
Who's here? Just the bots, the robots? MVP? Hey, what's up, Dead Hood?
I'm about 7 kills. Oh my god. Revive me. Bruh. Can you please revive me?
Thanks, Dead Hood. There's a...
Hey, please wait, come.
We break it into the vault or what? New pick.
I'm gonna. Hey, by the way, come on, I want to show you a glitch. Me find the water.
What do you have to do?
By the way, come to me. I have a glitch.
Unknown AI. What's up?
Okay.
Huh?
Look at this. Oh, it doesn't work anymore.
What is it?
It was a glitch.
To kill the fish?
Nah, it doesn't work anymore. You could have get infinite fish. Almost. I have one more kill and I get to stage 4.
No, I need more kills. Aren't they knocking? What?
We have sniper ammo.
Yeah, I think I stole yours.
Thank you.
There's a sniper right there.
Does someone have a hammer?
But you were the only one.
Izzy, do you have a hammer?
No.
No.
Do you want to do that hammer for me?
Abu, do you have a hammer? Okay. No lobby.
Return to lobby. Does it even give you a crown for it or no? Probably not.
No, it doesn't give you a crown.
Well, then it really was a spotlight. I got 9. I need 18 more kills. You want to play bot lobby again, or do you want to play the squad just?
I don't know. I mean, I can join the bot lobbies and you can join me. I'm gonna leave if you want to do bot lobbies.
No, that's fine. I don't need to. We can play if you want. I don't care. What is it? It's the number and then point and then bot.
Yeah,
space
1 to
lobby.
100. 1 to 100. It's 1 to 100. Any number. After that, point, bot lobbies, point, bot, space lobbies. LOBBEA. Or if I can join them and you can, I can invite you and you can add them like that.
Yeah. If you want, I should have added that
Yeah.
last one.
Okay, let
Give me an
me.
ad and then here, add me into
Yeah,
it.
one sec, please.
Yeah, let me just add one and then I'll figure it out.
1 second. Okay, add my friends.
I can't see you right now. Okay, so it's this number. Okay, now we're friends. Okay. Cool. What do you want to do? Or are you
Yeah.
gonna do other things or what?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go play another game. I just don't want to really play for long. Okay,
What do you do? You make them. What do? You make them party leader or no?
You just ready up when you want to play with him, and
No, but
he's gonna need.
do you do the part? Do you make him party leader though?
No.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
All right. I guess we could try it. Try it one more time. Next game we'll just play regular. Trying to grind these weapons. I've been trying to get the stupid back bling. Little Yachty wants to be taken serious as an artist. I don't know these things. Shit, I didn't do any work today. Only level 1 hackers can do this. That sucks, I really need to do that. My channel. I don't know what we're doing. Try this again. Some real bot lobbies. Hopefully I can get this stupid ass back bling done. Where do you want to land? Alright. I guess we'll land straight down. Oh, okay. Still the fastest fingers on TikTok. Mania.
Haha.
Do you have Sigma? Viral. Today. We gotta get out of here. That's all we got.
Did I finish the back bling? Stopping me from getting kills until I move on to the next one. Just finish this. I might need one more. I already finished the 10th back mean it's not giving me anymore. I'll have to probably do this one more time or play regular games, it don't matter. These bots running. What are they like?
Can I kill the last one?
Yeah, go kill him. I don't need any more kills. I mean, I need 10 more kills, but it doesn't count towards my backlink, so I don't care. Just kill him. You should have killed the whole time. I just need 10 more kills, so we might want to do this one more time. Just so I can get this stupid thing out of the way. Do work. What did you kill? Oh, I think I got it. Yeah, I did.
Oh!
Oh, it worked. I thought it wasn't counting towards the last one. I thought I had to earn it first again. Sick. See how it's got the crown now. You want me to invite somebody in? Play squads?
Okay.
No, where he went. I think the shadow mix.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? You got a
Hey,
crown. Where do
Buffy.
you want to go?
Bastion.
Okay. Let's get you a crown then. Look at I finished my back.
Yeah.
Look at I finished my back.
Nice. I didn't just yet. I'm still gonna do that.
Have you seen the back wing? Like, it's full.
Nope.
It's like
Not
it has a
yet.
crown. It has a crown on the back. You know the skull you get? Gets a crown.
Oh. No, I haven't seen that one yet.
I think I'm the only one who has it. Just kidding.
This idiot. This idiot grabbed a sniper and he ran up trying to shoot me once. He missed, he shot the ground in his mouth.
Okay. Okay, gotta, well,
Trying to find me. Oh crap!
you get killed by the.
I had two people on me. No, there was three of them.
I'll see if I can get your crown back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I got
This guy,
I got the guy.
they all, thanks.
I got your
They all
crown.
ambushed on me.
Back on the-
Thank you.
Except they're chasing her. I don't know the
Yeah, for some reason I'm watching you live. Are you live on YouTube or TikTok?
Yeah, I'm on Twitch and YouTube, but I'm kind of slow behind on that. What is it?
On
what is it showing you
YouTube,
right
and you, it's showing me somewhere else, like down by the gas station.
now? Oh, then it's probably like 5 minutes behind.
It says 224, 16,
I don't know
18.
how to. I don't know what they call that. Like, how do I change it?
I know.
I think it's latency.
Yeah.
I gotta Google how to do it.
Chuck. Why don't you take some of their guns? Did you grow some weapons out?
I don't know why I'm not.
I think.
I'm just trying to kill people. I'm trying to get you back. Oh, Izzy's dead too?
Try and get some guns, because then you can you can get us away quicker, just in case you get ambushed. You can kill them. Just in case you don't have enough weapons. Oh shit! Yeah, 2 people down there. No, my crown.
Sorry, man.
That's all good. But yeah, should we ready up or go back to lobby?
I'm in lobby. Sorry about your
Apothary.
crown, man.
That's alright. Do we go back ready up or go back to lobby?
No, I went to lobby.
Alright, I'm going back to lobby then. Oh, why can't I can't do anything. Hold on.
I thought you said something about lobby, so I went back. Actually, I do it out of habit.
Yeah, I can't do anything.
You like Fortnite? You didn't know I played? Who's Dead Hood? I gotta remember. Yeah, I'm the filter guy.
Filter guy.
Who's the Dead Hood? I don't know who he is. It says I'm the filter guy.
Dead hood. Ooh,
See, on YouTube, I'm not that famous, but on TikTok,
you're famous.
no, I'm not on YouTube, though.
Oh yes! I'm nearly there to getting it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 more to go.
That redheaded filter guy is gonna beat me. He's about to hit 1 million.
Ooh, what's that for? 1 million likes.
No, 1 million followers.
Oh shoot, I don't even got that many. I'm up to 106. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna check on TikTok, see how much
I think
I've
I
got.
got like 6 million likes.
On TikTok or YouTube?
No, on TikTok. Oh, on YouTube? I don't know how many. They don't count those things.
On TikTok, I got 167
I have a-
followers,
I have a lot of-
367
I have a
likes.
lot of views for how little likes I have.
Yeah.
I have well,
You're. Hey, Puffy,
yeah.
do you remember Bubbly?
Mhm.
Bubbly. Yeah, he was on like 4 hours ago. And I just got to I'm just on a new area. I'm like somewhere else. I'm not even at my house at the moment. I'm at my auntie's. Just chilling, playing my game.
Well, I'm doing some stupid stuff. Posting stuff. It sucks. I wish I grew as fast on YouTube as I did on TikTok as a rich man. If I had 300 followers. See, 100,000 followers on TikTok's like 10,000 followers on YouTube.
If I had like 1,000 followers on TikTok, then I could have gone live and did a video of my Fortnite, but I can't. It was because I don't got that many followers yesterday. I'm gonna make a exciting video, but all I need is my I just need to get something for that first. What's that?
Only level
What's
3
that?
hackers can do this.
I stand up. She's feeling, she's doing me, I'm talking baloney. She's gonna make alone.
I hope my work gets snowed
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I'm gonna mark the place down. Oh, let's go here. Hey, apothary.
Yeah.
Is that alright if my friend joins? Oh, he already joined him on. Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, he's one of my
Fine, I'm
friends.
not live, so it's not like that big deal. I don't have that many.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey,
not
Da
Hey,
live.
Kid
Vinci.
Nature.
On the live, I always have to like.
Oh. Hey,
Hello.
Kid Nature.
Yeah.
Kid Nature. How do you know my
Yeah.
actual name, though? Did I tell you or something? I don't remember.
Da Vinci.
Yeah, how do
Is
you
that the
know
real
that?
name?
I think I knew
How
that.
do you
I
know
heard
my...
you were
I
wanting
know,
to.
but I know how I know yours.
Did
I
I...
heard you were wanting to.
Yeah.
It's your TikTok
Yeah.
name.
I heard you were wanting
Yeah.
to. So that's how.
You have what?
I heard Giovanni said your name, so that's how.
Oh, for God's sake. Did Giovanni tell you?
No, he just said it randomly.
Just to you, Izzy. Are these guys good or what? Or you had no weapons?
Oh no! I need... Apothary, the house that I'm in, the one that's gonna come in, is about to burn down and I'm going to die. Oh,
I'm gonna go
hell!
save Izzy right now.
Alright, I'm coming.
Who's under
Hold
you?
on, wait up for me. Wait for me, I'm coming. Don't forget about me, friend.
Where is he?
Ah.
Where is he, Izzy? Where is he?
Sorry. What?
Where is he? Dude, I just hit that guy for a lot. Come on. Come on. Ah. I didn't get him.
No.
Yo, Da Vinci.
Yeah, what's up?
You wanna know my real name?
How?
Giovanni.
Yes. Yes.
That's my cousin.
Wait, Giovanni's your cousin?
Yeah. My name is Hawaii.
Giovanni's.
Ah, look at you. You guys are 169. All of you.
Yeah, we're all high levels.
I look at me.
Hey Izzy, do you have your backbling yet or no? Why not?
My real name is Hawaii.
Your real name is what?
Hawaii.
Hawaii or Hawaii?
Havarti?
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Habaiki. Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna call you Nature. It's like an easier name for me to pronounce
I'm
because I can't
connected
say
to
your
the
actual
nature.
name.
Havarti? Is that how you say it?
Hawaii.
Yo, this is
Yes,
so
the
good.
I
country.
can't. Huh?
I'm gonna work, so.
Alright, we're traveling into the server now.
I just need to do some quests
I'm
and
doing
I
work
just
until I get off that
I
horse. I gotta do this or
Should we
I'll
land
get
at
videos
a
posted tomorrow.
should we land at a vault where hardly anyone is going to land?
Bastion's always the best.
Yeah, let's go Bastion then.
Hey,
Oh,
did you
well,
see
we'll
my
go to the
backbling
closest
yet?
vault.
Hey, did you see my backbling? Where are you guys?
Let's try to get
I'm
this
not even
girl.
on just yet. I'm still on my loading screen.
I forget you guys have.
Done.
Alright, I'm here. Where are you? Oh, Puff right here. We're right here.
Oh, yeah, here.
Oh, cool.
Look
I'm
at
right
it.
here.
I got it all
What?
finished.
What's that?
Hurry up.
Oh.
Oh,
Hey,
Oh,
yo!
wait. Watch this one.
Oh, I got the emo, but I got the emo. I had the emo, but I had to breathe
Hey,
in it.
Izzy,
Hey, yo, get away. Hey. What the hell? Jump. Wait, can I stand on you? Can I stand on you when you do the emote? Oh crap! Hey, stop freaking editing me off. Stop editing.
I'm not the one that's doing that.
I'm trying to jump on apothary.
Will it work?
Alright, I want to
That's
see where
that
the
apple.
place is. Faulty. I want to go faulty then.
Corona dollars.
Yeah, we're probably all gonna die again like last time.
I think I'm gonna get good views.
Ah,
I think I'm gonna get good views this week. I got like some good. I need to catch up with everybody. All my competition gained like a lot of followers this week.
Wait, do you got like a competition with someone?
No, it's just they're my like like TikTokers who do the same thing I do and copy me.
Yeah, people do copy a lot of people.
And sometimes I copy them. Well, one of them's hitting 1,000,000.
Yeah.
One of them hit 1,000,000 this week, and the other one hit like 400,000. And I was gonna pass both of them.
Don't
up.
know something? Yeah. Hey, Potsy, don't know something? I was searching through TikTok a couple days ago, and don't know what I found.
What's that?
I found someone's profile, and when I watched one of his videos, it had your video in it.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was one of your
I've
videos.
seen my videos on like
YouTube channel,
no way I'm gonna pickaxe someone.
Instagram, YouTube, TikTok.
well YouTube. I'm surprised I'm not in those 4-way.
I need help.
Because I'm always.
Guys, I need help.
I'm always on the top of the list. So I
Oh
don't know.
shit. Help, there's way too many people down here.
I've been making kills the last few days. I made one in my
Pickaxe
head.
someone. When they had a gun.
Shooting someone with a pistol. Oh crap.
I hope like not a lot of people get this back one, because I hope it's like rare. You know what I mean? I think I got 3 days to get like 120 kills.
I need help, guys, please. I'm going to die on the low. Oh! No way! I just got a hammer! Yeah! No, Apothary, did you get down the yep? I got you, Apothary. If I can.
Okay, I'm going back to work.
Locked them. Apothary, don't go back to the lobby. I just got your reboot.
I don't go to lobby.
I just got back to.
The only time I'd go to back to lobby is if you were a bunch of randoms and with no mics. And like you were like a mile away from me.
Yeah, well, I just got your reboot, and I don't know if I want to go over there, or I reckon we should go over there. So that one over there.
You could probably clear this area.
Oh crap!
Get shot like that.
But I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
there's no one there. Oh, yes.
You got jacked.
Miss. Miss.
Ah, get
Miss. Oh.
God, I just got a lucky shot.
Nature, can you get my reboot, please? Good Nature, can you go and run and get my reboot, please?
Corona dollar?
I just, how
You're the last person alive.
Oh,
Can
look.
you get a reboot, please?
this came out of nowhere.
I know already. The person that I was going for came out of nowhere, and I so mucked up on what I was doing.
What did your
There's
child
some
say
of
before
the-
he died?
Oh, thing apothary first. Reboot apothary and then come and get us. Reboot apothary and then come and get us, because
Yeah,
then
'cause I'm a
two of
sweat.
you are there. Yeah, apothery's a sweat. Aight.
I'm sweating just thinking
Oh,
about
quick.
losing right now.
Just quick. Make sure to kill him. Shotgun.
Let's see, what is this?
There's two of them. One over there by the bush. To your right.
An
Wait,
anime
Austin,
filter
what
that
are you
tells me what
doing?
your inner child said before it died.
Nice, nice, nice. Be people. People coming up. Alright, now run and get our reboots. Can you run and get our reboots, please?
I'm doing something. Where are you? Hold on. What's the wrong way?
Another guy over there by the wall.
Don't worry, I got a gray. Don't worry, I
Oi,
got a
guy
gray
in the
pistol.
shop, guy in the shop, guy in the shop. Yeah,
I'm gonna
guy
set
in the
this.
shop is he?
You see that
Patrick,
deadly
there's a guy in that
aimbot?
shop.
Is there?
Yeah, there's a guy in that shop over there.
He's shooting at me.
I know
Oh,
money can
that would have been
get a
aimbot.
shotgun. Take a
I'm
shotgun.
American.
It's over there, it's a blue one. Yeah, you can take, then it's gonna be a
I needed
shotgun.
this. Too.
Alright, can you guys get our reboot, please?
Yeah, we're going right now.
Mom's about to go out.
They're not going.
114, 15 seconds.
That's a lot of time. Is there cars around here?
Yeah, over there, to the truck.
The truck's
Oh look, take that one with the, oh there, car. Is you jump in the truck with the potpourri?
Come on.
Because then each of you can get,
Hey, you coming or
yeah,
what?
guys, each of you can get the front
Guys,
reboot. One of
can
you
you
can get
chicken
one,
teeth
one of you
this
can
time?
get
Which way is it? Okay.
Mom's got like 80 seconds
What is
left.
this? This car goes 32 miles an hour. What kind of car is this?
That's called the rubbish dump.
Dude, no.
and to visit
What is
our
this? Is this a Prius or what?
That one's about to expire. Do you want to get Kid Nature's on the way? 50 seconds left. Mine first, but you have to go for Kid Nature's because he's closer. Alright, now you want to rush mine because mine's nearly out. I got 39.
You acted like I was like, if you were no.
They're gonna ride down to the. Oh,
Hey, not Jade. This is gonna about to kill someone.
Kiri beat us, bro.
Come on.
Oh, yo. Kiri bought. There's a guy over there too.
Probably not the safest one. Izzy.
Oh,
Or not, I don't.
I wanna watch it. I wanna. Oh,
please.
Oh, I left the
right
side
there.
up. That was a bad.
Oh,
I hit my whole build. Had that too. We're gonna die.
No, please.
no, we're not.
Izzy could
Oh, heal. Heal. Is he heal?
good, but like, I don't know. We played some bot lobbies, and ever since then he's been playing bad.
Be careful.
No.
Looks like witty players too. Oh, dual pistols.
Who killed them? They told me you died.
Okay, let's see. Coronavirus.
Coronavirus. Coronavirus. Coronavirus.
Yeah, we're probably just gonna be fine.
You might want to go and get that
Apparently
reverb.
there's a filter on TikTok that can tell you what kind of phone you have. Dude, I have a video.
I want to
going viral.
mark the nearest.
I've got a video going viral about a percentage filter that can tell you what percentage your battery filter is. What kind of phone do you have? iPhone,
No, it's good. They will do that.
viral,
What the hell is this doing?
private. I needed to go live at died?
Now what is this stay doing? Eat. Very fast.
I'm going back to the lobby.
No!
Rebooted, bro.
That was
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna.
Darth Vader. Why do I have Darth Vader back?
I'm probably gonna
right now?
play. I'm probably gonna play.
What? You're probably gonna what?
I'm gonna probably play one or a little bit more games, and then I'm
I'll
gonna
probably
jump
only
off.
play one more game, and then I'll go to Call of Duty. So I go to sleep.
Yeah,
Hopefully I can get some sleep. Should go get some medicine.
I'm gonna play one more game, and then I'm gonna jump off.
Okay. Me too.
'Cause I need to go to bed. I got a big
It's like 3
day
in the morning.
tomorrow.
I don't know how to. I got work in the morning. and I
What's the
gotta
time
sleep
for me? I got 10:52 for me,
in the
so I
morning.
need to get bed soon. Nah, just 10:52 at night.
You go to bed in the afternoon?
No.
I'm just kidding. I don't care. You do whatever you want. I was gonna go anyway.
Ah, yeah. Ooh, it's so weird when that happens.
I am the best at all letter games. Viral, hashtag ABC, hashtag comedy. Nobody figured out that I cheated on that. I was trying to get it on viral. Too smart at cheating sometimes. I tried not to make it obvious. I tried to make it obvious. Something with the cop car.
Well, you always in the mood, fucking around like I'm brand new. I'm trying to tell you what to do, try to play it cool. Baby, I'm playing by your rules. There's no better of you. Yeah.
That song never made sense. Fuck a Lamborghini, got a cop car. Got a pistol in my hand.
Right in the Lamborghini, car. Pistol on the hip like I'm a cop. Yeah.
There is no way I felt the palm reading filter. Where are you guys going?
I'm going over here.
I'm going to the yellow.
I'm going to purple.
That was purple.
I'm going to Anvil Square. Oh, Anvil Square. I'm going near Anvil Square.
Filter. Hashtag.
I would land there, but I'm just gonna die again. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm gonna land here because there's a building right here.
Talking about I'm lost already.
Well, I'm landing over here. Okay.
You do whatever you want, man.
I got a pistol.
Alright, cool. I'm done with all my work for today.
Don't have a good day. Have a great day. Have you seen that apothary? That thing?
I've seen the emote and the movie.
Don't have a good day. Have a great day.
There's people over here, but I don't have to go. I'm going full on sweat right now. Ah, he can shoot! There's something for me. Oh, he's got a buddy, so now he's like ready. That guy's name is Little Name. Yeah, that's what you get, Tico. Rest in Tico.
Does anyone have a key? I really need a shotgun right now. Shotgun. I really need a shotgun.
Let's go find one. I think you got a 1 in 25 chance to get a gun. I got a pistol on my hip.
Oh yeah!
Oh my god. Okay, I'll be back.
Holy crap.
Guess what this we go? Hey, apothary.
One shot. Guys, please.
I won't make it down there, Kid Nature. Don't know if I'll make it. Oh, hold on.
Hey.
Can you see where I'm shooting?
Yep.
It's me. I just shot those. I got an explosive one. Alright, I'm taking this truck. I'm coming. Come as far as you can. Don't you hear them? Oh, hell no. These guys fucked up.
Wow.
Shame me. Don't wanna come and mess with my friend? My friend. But I got you. I got you, my
dragons?
Hey, apothary.
Yeah.
I got the mythics. You remember the exploding thing in there? I got them all from that area up there. There should be a vending machine up there.
I don't know why, but my remote's not working.
Do you want them? Hey,
maybe.
do you want them?
Maybe. Are you trying to get my remote?
I got the explosive assault
I'm
rifle.
gonna have to play no build style. It's kinda like, how'd you guys die?
Can't you move?
Izzy.
Potter, can't you move?
No, I can't. There's something wrong.
Izzy.
Where did you go? Now can you move? Can you move the Potter? Or you still can't? I'm gonna get you away from that fire so you don't burn to death. That'll be a tragic.
No, my game is working. I can move. I just have to use keyboard now.
Oh, I'm gonna hit you that way. I'm gonna just hit you to a I'm just gonna hit you this way. To the reboot van. Hi-ya! Hey, you can build! Ready?
I just don't know the...
I got you. Here you go. Alright, come. Look, the machine's over here if you want them.
I'm trying to stay alive. No builds.
Keeping an eye out.
There's a fight behind you.
Chicken. Chickens must die.
Oh, there's a guy right here.
Boom, one shot. coming. I'm coming. Hold
I
up.
think my team's shot.
Okay.
Hold on, I think I fixed it. Yeah, I did.
Alright, got him.
Is that you?
Alright, profit is still there. Alright, everyone's alright. Okay. No chicken alive. All chickens must die. Finally, I can get some of those. Go on. I want a DMR. Never know when a proper DMR comes in handy.
Only DMZ.
Alright, I'm going down. There you go, good nature. Kids over here.
I got a pistol on my cop like I'm a cop car. Sorry. Somebody in here. Watch. Not two. This is a bot lobby? I haven't been paying attention. Just got a double elimination.
I'm coming.
Got it. Yeah, take that bit. Alright, more kids over here. Found him.
These are unknown.
I'm going in.
Don't worry, I'll kill Steel first. Dang. Show me like these flame things. 5 kills in one game.
I already got 4. Oh, hell!
Where are you?
No, 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 I'm gonna die. Oh, no.
Why are you gonna die?
Oh, because I'm near storm. I'm by, the storm is gonna get me.
You just need to run.
Not if I take this motorbike.
Not if okay. Kill Steel. Shot him like 5 times.
Holy!
Okay.
I just made a motorbike go to space. Oh shit,
There's a guy
what?
in front of you, right by you guys. He's coming.
Yeah, there's a guy near me, but I can't find him. Found him!
I'm gonna die.
Oh, there's a circle. Maybe I have some kind of perk that'll help me out. Cycle will not help me out of this.
Yeah, I can't
We
sleep.
just need to run. Could've used that hammer a minute ago.
Anyone got any
Ah!
hammer ammo? Anyone got any shotgun ammo? Got anyone?
No. I have 4.
Ooh. Oh my god. I can't sleep.
How do we doing that? Are they fighting AI?
So unfair, I just got ambushed. I'm over here. There's like so many people here. Not so many, but there's like
That seems
3
like a
players
place
here now.
not to go.
There's like 3 people here.
That robot almost got me.
Oh, there's more people coming. No. There's a guy on the side. Over here. Yeah. Be careful, these guys coming up on your right. Over here. Right there. And then guy coming up over there.
Oh, apparently I don't have to.
I'm about to die, please. No! My weapon! No. Oh, can someone at least take my weapons? Because then I have better loot. Kid Nature, do you want to take my weapons? Because then we have better loot.
Ah, dude, I gotta heal.
I'll get your reboot. I'm not gonna get out of here.
And
Save the scene.
I'm watching.
I don't think I'm gonna make it out
Oh.
of this. There's a guy killing me over there. It's not that good.
Oh. I was just trying to watch you, but I couldn't. No. Yeah, I'm gonna go
Maybe I
now
should
then.
post the video.
it's a vintage.
Soon.
I feel bitchy.
Fine. I said, hey, don't get distracted.
Okay.
I know you like killing lumbers a lot. Just don't get distracted from lumber. Don't get distracted.
Play some DMZ. Call of Duty DMZ.
Welcome to the DMZ. Explore, secure intel, and loot to gain access to new missions. Enemy threat is high, so expect contact.
Take the enemy fire! We're on a target! See him! Check those corners! I'm not done yet. Cordon and search the area! Eric, check that one! What's your location? You'll be alright. I see him! Right here!
Ultra One, copy that. Requesting. You're not dead yet. Get moving.
Thanks.
Hostile advanced UAV deployed.
Taking effective fire!
Additional team members have been requested.
It's not ready for that. I got nothing, man. I don't know. You should have let me join you. Teams that don't fucking call. Let's play a couple of these, get some weapons.
Welcome to the DMZ. Exploring, looting, and securing intel will open access to missions and targets. Expect resistance from local forces and watch for other operators in the AO. Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open.
They tagged me! Need medical! I'm getting stitched up!
You'll live.
ground!
Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
They tagged me!
Ultra One, the enemy attack helo is moving in your direction.
Dropping ammo here!
Actual to Ultra One. Intel source the location of an enemy hard drive. Secure that disk and upload all content. Target area is marked on your attack map.
Hit!
Ultra One, Intel believes that could be a high priority target. There's an open contract on him. Confirm that kill to close it and secure payment. Confirmed. That's a high priority target. Bounty payment is authorized.
Finally, a decent weapon. Yeah, copy.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give up to my own bleeding. This is my last resort.
Taking effective fire!
Life into pieces.
Ultra One, we've marked a radio tower on your TAC map. Use it to transmit the data.
Taking effective fire!
Friendly mortar strike on the way. Hostile UAV overhead. Taking effective fire!
Got some guys coming in.
I'm getting stitched up! They tagged me!
Got him! Suppressing fire! Going hard! Took a round! extraction point.
We're gonna get that.
Visual on the exfil bird!
I'm getting stitched up!
Ultra One, use the tower to transmit the data. Access point is at the top.
You guys want to drive to the exfil? I'll meet you there.
SMG here. Good signal, Ultra One. Secure the perimeter until the upload is done. Excellent, Ultra One. Transfer complete. Good work. Visual! On me! I'm gonna die here. Stay alive. One heavily armored target is moving a weapons case through the area. We've tracked their location on your track map. Your call if you want to engage. Ultra One, this is Dino 4. We're moving to the LZ for extraction now.
How are you from the God damn it. Excel.
This is Dino 4. We're approaching the LZ
shit!
now. Keep it secure for us.
Exfil, I don't have any weapons anyways. Just get us get out of here.
Ultra One, copy your medical request alerting nearby operators.
You can do it, man. Still out of there.
Just got cover.
Are you in the helicopter at least? Shouldn't have tried to save
Ultra
that
One, Welcome to the DMZ.
Throwing septic!
Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open. Ultra One, sending medical requests to nearby operators.
You're not dying! Not today! I'm getting stitched up!
There's more fighting you. Take it to them.
¡Chingada madre!
Fine. Barely a scratch.
Ultra One, completing contracts earns you cash to use at buy stations for gear and upgrades.
I'm doing this stronghold. I got
Conquered. Let's call you.
Taking effective fire! Subtext incoming! Holy shit!
Ultra One, that target may have been a high priority bounty. Get close enough to PID to secure
On your
payment.
feet, soldier!
Moving here. Moving.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, let's look for that high priority target. It must have killed somebody.
Sounds good.
Killed somebody.
Don't mind me, I just started this game.
Huh?
Shit, got a light.
Check fire!
Your location. Stay alert.
There's some guys in front of us. Shit.
Defending fast here!
Shit.
Be advised, the enemy attack helo is approaching your location.
You'll live.
Gotta get right!
DID on a high priority target, transferring payment.
Copy. Surprise, motherfucker. Oh no, what the fuck? There we go.
Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
there. I'm down.
Assault rifle marked.
Ultra One, that intel shows
Tiger
AQ
search
stats
contract
nuclear
here.
material in the AO. Secure that material and get to extraction. Locations are on your TAC map.
I'm getting stitched up!
Ultra One, be advised your Geiger counter is picking up radiation. You should be in range of the objective. Ultra One, actual, you are closing on the target now. Use Geiger counters and sweep the area.
Need mid-cal rounds!
Hey, what are we doing? Down. Sounds good. Yeah. Shit. Shit. Fuck you.
Actual to Ultra One, objective secure. Proceed to extraction and you'll earn a bonus.
Yeah.
Don't make this a habit, yeah?
Where's he at?
This guy will fucking go.
Got that!
he's done. Shit, he's on the bottom. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I need to fucking my ass, bro.
Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open. Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution.
Fuck. I'm done.
Ultra One, Dino Force inbound for extraction.
Oh, I'm done. I am done.
Ultra One, actual. High winds are increasing in the AO. Move to an extract point before radiation spreads.
Yeah.
Requesting more operators for your
We're right there.
standby.
Too many guys. Too many fucking guys.
Can't stay here long.
Damn, if we would've landed
Huh?
there, I could have died on the helicopter. Would've got a
Oh, you should try it, man. Alright. That'll be.
Welcome to Al Mazrah. Exploring, looting, and securing intel will open access to missions and targets. Expect resistance from local forces and watch for other operators in the AO.
Wow, that guy was strong.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
Moving here!
I got you.
Hold down.
Number 3, are you alive? I don't know. We need to try and kill him.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't think me and number 2 have guns.
Oh, you guys don't have guns at all?
Moving here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably find some guns here.
Yeah, but those guys at the airport are too strong.
Okay, just follow me. I'm gonna kill these guys over here. Or try to at least. Okay, there's a gun here. You can come and grab it. I just kill somebody there.
Taking effective fire.
Shit.
Enemy infantry.
Try to kill these guys over here. Oh shit.
Took a round!
We're all dead? No, you're still alive. Oh. Here.
I got you.
Still alive?
No, I'm dead. I'm down.
I'll try and work on it.
I'm right there, yeah.
I'm hit.
Ultra One, completing contracts will earn you cash to use at buy stations.
It was friendly fire that killed me.
On your feet, soldier!
Oh shit. So bad.
Moving just ahead, yeah?
Almost makes it a habit.
We almost survived. I'm in this building.
Yo, I'm dead. I'm still down.
The guy needs to come revive me so we can help him. You're a little longer of a... Oh, he's dead. Oh well.
We're all dead?
I think so.
Ultra One, you have a squad member bleeding out. They need a revive.
Dang it.
I don't know if I'm gonna get 100 follows off of Vice, but he's just making up shit now. He don't care. I stopped caring about shit a long time ago.
Welcome to Al Mazrah. Explore, secure intel, and loot to gain access to new missions. Enemy threat is high, so expect contact.
Got eyes on an enemy stronghold. Got a truck here. I'm getting stitched up.
Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
They tagged me. Taking effective fire! You'll be fine. Barely a scratch.
Still grabbing the truck and going to the stronghold, or what?
Got a truck here.
Completing contracts earns you cash to buy gear and upgrades. Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open.
Loot here. Cancel last.
Took a round!
Ultra One, be advised, enemy attack helo is heading your way. Ultra One, there's a heavily armored target with a weapons case nearby. We've marked their location on your TAC map. Engage at your own risk.
I need mid-cal rounds.
Taking effective fire!
Key here.
1, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
On your feet, soldier!
Cover deployed.
Oh, shit! They tagged me!
Tossing smoke grenade.
Check fire!
Tossing grenade.
Flash! One try!
Moving.
Need mid-cal rounds! Need mid-cal rounds!
Ultra 1, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
Fine. Barely a scratch! Taking effective fire! getting stitched up! Don't make this a habit, yeah?
Semtex incoming!
Holy shit! Fine, barely a scratch. On your feet, soldier! Shots incoming! Took a round! You'll be fine, barely a scratch.
Be advised, enemy operators secured a weapons case. Locations are marked on your tag map.
Flag!
Actual to Ultra One, winds are picking up. Action before radiation moves in. Requesting additional team members. Sit tight.
Don't make this a habit, yeah?
Taking fire!
LMG marked. Incoming!
Revive pistol here.
Need mid-cal rounds!
Moving here. Moving.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
Moving here! Got some cash! Moving!
Enemy in the area. Advanced infantry sighted.
1, be advised radiation is pushing into the area. Recommend you move to an extract point.
Moving here! Setting on here!
Taking effective fire!
Very fast here!
Grenade out!
Getting stitched up!
Taking rounds!
Thanks, soldier! Barely a scratch! They tagged me! Got a truck here! Move it!
Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution. Ultra One, you've got a down squad member requesting a revive.
Taking effective fire! Come around!
Enemy operators extracted a weapons case.
it!
Requesting more operators for your team. Stand by. Additional team members have been requested.
Ultra One, this is Dino 4, inbound for extraction. Radiation's coming in hot. Be ready to move. Ultra One, we have visual on the LZ. Keep it clear. Dino 4 is holding at the extraction point. Advise you get here fast. All Ultras Oscar. Dino 4 is RTB. Ultra One, be advised. Radiation is incoming. We're moving to the final extract point now. This is your last ride out. Ultra One, Dino 4.
Welcome to the DMZ. Explore, secure intel, and loot to gain access to new missions. Enemy threat is high, so expect contact. Requesting additional team members. Sit tight.
Like a scientist, like you get something from it, or over here, or what?
Additional team members have been requested. Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open.
Taking heavies! Check those corners! I see him! Right here! Find him! Oh!
Requesting additional team members. Sit tight. Requesting more operators for your team. Stand by. Requesting additional team members. Sit tight.
Did I just stop? Yes. Come on. Oh, okay. Tomorrow I'll get a stupid knife.
Before the video begins, I not only want to thank all the authors involved in bringing these amazing stories to fruition, and the continuous and unshakable support of this horror community, but I specifically want to thank the musicians. The words and narration bring a story to life, but the appropriate subtle ambient tones and background music generate a feeling or atmosphere that would otherwise be impossible to achieve with strictly silence. That is why I would like to specifically thank my conductors of horror, Coag Music, Muji, and Abysme, for their malicious melodies. I encourage all up-and-coming narration channels, content creators, and music lovers of all sorts to subscribe to and utilize their royalty-free music to your advantage. Without their talents, I wouldn't be half the page I am. And so, without further ado, let's begin. girl possessed. This incident happened when I was 19 and attending a local Catholic college. The nuns who ran the college would conduct a yearly retreat, which all the Catholic students had to attend. Being a devout Catholic, I went along and looked forward to spending a fun-filled time with my friends. The retreat was for 3 days, wherein about 150 girls resided on the college premises. For the entire day, we would pray, sing hymns, and attend masses. A priest named Father Joe was flown in to conduct the services for us. During that time, there was a girl named Beverly who was part of a popular group of girls. She was dark with long black hair, and her striking feature was her long, painted nails. On day 2 of the retreat, it was about 9 p.m. at night that Father Joe was praying over the gathering. He was invoking the names of many saints and asking for their intercession. The atmosphere was very intense and devotional, and many of us were overcome with emotion and sobbing. Suddenly, Beverly behaving very strangely. Her face was contorted. Her hair streamed out from around her face. Her eyeballs looked huge and very white. She could not be restrained in her seat and was making an attempt to go up to and attack the priest. The scariest part was the sight of her nails. They looked like talons, and she used them to scrape on the wooden windows. She was in a rage. Her voice altered between that of a man's and a woman's, and was very guttural. She kept screaming, "I'm going to kill you," to the priest. She said her name was Margaret, and that before she died, she used to work as a maidservant in Beverly's house. The nuns and some of the older girls had a hard time controlling her and pinning her down. Father Joe asked for a whip to be brought. Needless to say, we were petrified and fled to our rooms. We spent the entire night discussing the incident and only slept at daybreak. The next day, Beverly was her normal self and had no recollection of what happened. This incident I can never forget, and it still haunts me to this very day. The devil responds. I used to not believe in this sort of thing at all, but then it actually happened to me. This was quite a few years ago, but it has stuck with me to this very day. When I was around 16 to 17 years of age, I was listening to a heavy metal tape, Iron Maiden to be exact, that my brother didn't approve of. It actually used to be his tape, but he didn't want me being exposed to some of the satanic references on the tape. I don't remember the exact conversation, but when he said he didn't want me listening to it, I shot back with several stupid statements about liking the devil, or something idiotic like that. He promptly pulled the tape out of the player in his car and threw it out the window. I was pretty angry with him for a long time, as it was a really good tape, and I was very much into it at that time. When we got home that night, I was regretful about the things I had said. I didn't really mean them, but was just saying them to make him angry and get back at him. I was actually a little spooked by what I had said. Now, a little background about my house at the time. My parents were very heavily into antiques, and this house itself was created to look like a very old house, even though it was only maybe 20 years old. It had all this old woodwork and old-looking paints. The windows were all hand-blown glass, etc. It was actually put together from parts of actual old houses that had been shipped in. My real room at the time was under construction, and in the meantime, I just had a mattress on the floor of a tiny room. There were 2 doors in this room, but only about a foot of walking space beside my mattress. Once bedtime arrived, I was still kind of shaken, so I turned on the lights in the room adjoining the one I was sleeping in and left that door open so I could see everything just fine. I said goodnight to my mom and laid down. I had been there maybe 30 seconds when I heard what sounded like some sort of tiny footsteps coming across the wooden floor in the adjoining room. Now in this house, you can hear everyone coming in and going. All the floors creaked. Furthermore, you could pretty typically tell who it was that was coming. But in this case, I didn't recognize the footsteps. But they were so light, I figured it must have been my mother. So I called out, "Mom?" Not 2 to 3 seconds after this, the door to that room slammed shut, plunging me into complete darkness. And right around the same time, I heard what sounded like these little feet run across this room and right up the little bit of floor space right next to where my head was. There was no way this could have been a person. I was scared out of my mind. I quickly yanked the covers over my head and for the only time in my life, broke out in a cold sweat. I sat there with my mind going absolutely nuts about what to do, realizing that whatever ran in my room was still there, right beside me. I'm actually not sure if only a few seconds passed or a few minutes. I was so terrified. Finally, I made up my mind to run out of the room. I threw back my covers and ran for the other door out of my room. I made it with no problems and ran to tell my brothers, who were out in the garage working out. I had them come back up to the room to see if anything was there. Nothing was out of place, but I noticed when we went in there, the door that had slammed shut was now wide open again. My brothers have sworn over and over again that they had nothing to do with what I experienced, and there is no doubt in my mind that they didn't. It couldn't have been a person navigating in that dark room like what I heard. I've never imagined weird things like that, and I'm 100% positive I didn't fall asleep either. It happened, and I can't explain it. I'll tell you one thing though. I never had said something stupid like I did that day, ever again. Chomedy Devil. There's something up here in Quebec, Canada, specifically the city of Laval, in the district of Chomedy, not far from Montreal. Too many strange occurrences in the last few decades have happened here. I will tell you about the most famous one, of which I am one of the witnesses. Tracks on the asphalt ground, burned into the ground, were found in June of 1976 in my neighborhood, just a street corner away, in fact. To this day, no method of reproducing those tracks was successful. It wasn't chalk, paint, or any other known substance. And what did those tracks look like? A goat's hooves. Hundreds of them across the tiny street. The tracks started at one point in the middle of the street and ended inexplicably a few feet further away. No clue where it had come from and where it had headed to when it departed. It was as if the devil had briefly entered our realm, walked around a bit, and vaporized just as he came. All the tracks were different, which an expert's opinion proved it was no hoax. all the area heard about. Famous local paranormal expert Christian Robert Page investigated them too. On my end of this, when I saw the tracks myself, I wasn't very much impressed. I was very young at the time, only about 10. Only now have I put 2 and 2 together. There are rumblings in the area of a lot of Satanism going on around here. And if any of it is true, those tracks might well have been the devil paying a visit to its fan club. The coven apparently gave their idol the wrong address. Battle with a demon. From little on up, as my mother likes to say, I have seen and felt things that no one else could. When I was young, I would point to a figure or person who should not have been in my home, or anywhere else I was for that matter, and ask, "Who's that?" Normal reply to this was, "No one, be quiet," as my grandparents are deeply religious and felt anything abnormal was the work of the devil. As for my mother, she just gets freaked out very easily. Having spent 18 and now very close to 19 years of being my friend's own personal missio, as they love to tease me with that little bundle of joy title, friends and family have came to recognize and accept the fact I have something of a gift, even if I don't see it as being anything special. However, one of the most startling experiences happened this year. At one point during the year, I was on a 4-month internship at my mother's workplace. I adored not only my job, but my mother and my boss, who I'll simply call D. I don't think there's any real way to describe the incredible person that D is, so I'll just say that she believes in exactly what I do. So one morning, she was working from her home office and called in to check on my mother and I to see how our work was going. She told my mother that she felt the energy in the office needed to be cleaned, as we had been working for a month on a very intense grant report to keep our funding. Needless to say, stress levels at that time were through the roof, and she wanted all the negativity in the office out. So she told my mom to ask me to do a cleansing and a blessing, and then tell her how it went. After Mom told me this, I trotted my happy self into the kitchen of the office, pulled out the salt, and dumped some in a bowl, said a little blessing over it, and went into the front office, which is my mother's, to start the cleansing. Now, what you need to know about this office is that it is not only haunted, it had once been a seminary, and then our town's very first, house of ill repute, to put it in a gentle way. So I knew we had ghosts, one of which is named Bradley, and still teases and talks with me whenever I'm there. Also, a month before this, my mother had a terrifying nightmare that a demon was in her ear, trying to make her do bad things, which relates very highly to the story I'm sharing now. I had started the cleansing and blessing, and had pinched some salt between my fingers, dusting it around the edges of the room. Before this, Mom had been listening to the radio and the internet, and I had told her to shut it off. As I was saying, "Goddess, cleanse this place and give it your blessing," and all the other good stuff I say, I heard this. I don't even know how to rightly describe it. It was a deep voice, and it came to me like it was coming from down a long, very deep tunnel, almost like I shouldn't be hearing it. First I thought it was something outside because we had the window open, and then I thought it was my mom's radio, so I turned to her to tell her to turn it off, and there my mother sat, white as a ghost, trembling and staring at me. I quickly finished what I was saying and letting the salt out of my fingers before I moved to the front of her desk. She looked at me and asked me if I'd heard it, and I was just bowled over. This voice had been so evil that I'd gotten cold chills down my spine. My mother was freaking out at this point, and I was feeling extremely paranoid to follow me around the office as I finished my cleansing. We moved back to her office, Mom looking half in tears, and all she could really say was that it had sounded like a demon. It hit me then. Her nightmare from the month before. So I asked Mom if I could do a cleansing on her, which she was against at first, because she had had very bad experiences with the churches and blessings from growing up in a strict Pentecostal home. But she assented to it once I assured her I wouldn't be laying hands on her or speaking in tongues. So I moved over to her and wrapped my arms around her shoulders, my chin on her head as she was sitting down. I began to ask the goddess to cleanse this demon that had latched onto my mother. As I have never done anything like this before, I was a bit nervous. My mother started bawling, and I mean truly hysterical sobs. And at that point I started to honestly flip my lid. My mother is one of the strongest people I know, and to see her truly frightened and crying not only scared the crap out of me, it made me want to deck something, and hard. She looked at me and said, and I will remember her words until the day I die, because it upset me so badly. I feel it burrowing into my ears. It hurts. It's talking to me. Get it out, Callista. Get it out. I hugged her and put my mouth to her ear, just about in tears myself. I didn't know what to do at that point, really, so I just said what welled up in me. Meanwhile, the ghost Bradley that I had talked about before was hunkered out in the back office, trying to pretend he wasn't there, or whatever ghosts do when they are upset. I told the demon to get away from my mother, which I now know was an incubus. I told the demon to get away from my mother, which I now know was an incubus. I told it that my mother would love me more than it would ever need her, and to get the hell out of her. I heard this strange whooshing noise, and then it was like coming up for air after being underwater and holding your breath until you were dizzy. For a month, my mother and I had been at each other's throats, to the point where we would just look at each other, and I would have the urge to slam her head into a wall or just start screaming at her. I thought this was stress from working with my mother and the normal drama that happens in a relationship between a mother and a teenage daughter. I think it was this demon just feeding off our emotions, the most intense being our emotions of anger towards one another. When we went home, I did the most thorough cleansing on my home I have ever done in my life. And during the day at the office, I sat there a half an hour watching a black shape flash through our windows, looking like it was trying to get back in. I'm glad to say, it couldn't. The Hooded Demon. When I was about 8 or 9, I shared a room with my dad, and one night I was getting home late with my mom. I looked down the hallway to see a short, robed, hooded thing standing there staring at me. I couldn't see his eyes under his hood. Where his face should be was all dark. When I told my mom, she looked, and it wasn't there anymore. About a week later, as I was sleeping, I felt something pulling on my leg. this time it wasn't wearing a hood. As I looked at it, it looked like a gremlin, or the orc from Lord of the Rings. This happened on and off for the next couple of months. When I woke up and saw it, it was because I felt something watching me. I was unable to move or scream for my parents. Finally, one night as it was pulling on my leg, I got the nerve to take a swing at it. It then disappeared, every night after which I prayed, and I never saw it again. About 4 months ago, a friend of mine was telling a group at work about how he had seen a demon-like creature at his bed when he was little, and I ended up finishing the story for him. I wonder if the other people who have experienced this live anywhere in the San Pedro, California area. More black-eyed people. It was a nice sunny day in November, and I had been out running some errands. I decided to stop at Starbucks on my way home to get some tea. There were a lot of people at Starbucks, which was no surprise. I got my tea, headed out the door, and had to stop and organize myself as my keys migrated to the bottom of the purse, and I still had to get my wallet in. So I plopped the stuff down on an open table and tried to get my act together. I felt like I was being watched, so I turned around to give a look of whatever to the perv that I assumed was watching me. The smart aleck remark died in my mouth as I caught sight of him and made inadvertent eye contact. I should note here, I did not see anything unusual in his manner of dress. Jeans, black shirt, lightweight black jacket, no hat or overcoat, not unusual of dress. His hair was almost black, but didn't look like any darker than my boyfriend's hair, of whom is of Japanese descent. His skin tone was a bit olive, and pale, but not overly so. It was the eyes, and the aura coming off of him that scared me. The eyes, blacker than black, no white at all, wall-to-wall black, and I just felt a darkness around him, an evil. As I looked in his eyes, I somehow knew that was not a human soul occupying that body, and I felt that he knew that I knew he was not human. I got the feeling that he was amused by this, that he could keep humanity away, and he was challenging me. Telepathically, I felt him say, "Are you going to run away too?" To which I replied, "I'm leaving because I was planning on leaving." I then broke eye contact, deliberately, and proceeded to get my stuff organized and walked back to my car. Somehow, I felt that it was important that I show no fear as he was still watching me, so I held it to a fast walk, got in my car, and left. This spooked me pretty badly, but I now know that we are not alone in this world. We share our world with others, non-human. Voice from Hell. It was about 7 p.m. I was alone. My parents were out and I was reading a book for homework. Suddenly, I felt a cold chill come over me and immediately sensed a being in the house. I feared if I turned around, something would try to kill me. I darted out of the room and into the living room. I was beginning to calm down and tell myself that I was just being paranoid and that there was no one in the house when I heard a voice whisper very close to my ear. It sounded to me like, "I'll be waiting for you." The voice was very eerie. It sounded like the voice was of a man. It sounded dead. Needless to say, I was freaked out and ran to my next-door neighbor's house and told them what had happened. They said that they would come over and take a look. There didn't seem to be anyone at the house. My neighbor finally gave up and told me that I'd just been hearing things, and she went back home. I was still scared when my parents got home, and I told them what had happened, and of course they didn't believe me. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. I didn't know why I had woken up, but I recall being very frightened. I immediately felt the same cold chill, and I sensed someone else in the room with me. Then I heard it again. The words were more stretched out, however, and it sounded like,
"I'll be waiting for you."
I screamed, and my parents ran in. I told them what I had heard. They comforted me and told me that I probably just dreamed the voice, and that I was safe. They said nothing would hurt me, and I had finally calmed down, but I was still scared, and I went back to sleep. The next morning I awoke, sat up, and noticed that something wasn't right. I looked up on my dresser and saw that my cross necklace wasn't where it should be. I got up and frantically searched around my room. I was about to give up hope when I stepped on something sharp. I looked down and saw my beloved necklace, smashed in little pieces littered across the room. It also looked like it had been coated with blood. Some of the pieces were rusted and red. I have never heard this voice since. To this day, I believe I had an encounter with an evil being. A being straight from hell. Fallen angel. I like to hike out in the woods around my town a lot, and do so quite frequently. Usually, I have a friend with me, so we can talk, and it doesn't get to be just a habit that I do. But sometimes, I get an eerie feeling when I'm in the woods. Usually, everything gets quiet, and things seem distant. Only once have I had this feeling with my friend walking with me, and what an event it was. We were talking about life, deep subjects, when I got the feeling. All the forest sounds had ceased to resonate. No birds harping, or even a breeze to rustle the leaves. Even my friend had stopped talking and stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, my friend fell to his knees and bowed his head. He wouldn't move, and I couldn't pick him up. It was like he was bolted to the ground with large weights. I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. The blue sky turned gray, and sunlight that streamed through the trees not but seconds earlier no longer shone through. Now I have seen apparitions before, some good, some bad, but this was the worst yet. I looked in the direction we were traveling, and there was a large, dark figure. He stood taller than me by a foot, and I'm nearly 6 feet tall. The thing looked up at me and just stood there staring for a moment. I felt a heavy presence of disgust and hate. It seemed to grow stronger as I looked at him. I broke eye contact with him, not wanting to feel those emotions too much longer. but he spoke to me in a clear voice. He commanded me to look at him. I knew that he was evil, and I shouldn't look, but I wasn't afraid of what he was, so I did anyway. My friend was still bolted to the ground, so I looked up, and this time he was but a foot away from me. He wore all black and had enormous wings, but they weren't like a bird's. They were strange wings. One wing was only thin bones, like those that make up a bat's wings, and the other was a wing of rotting flesh and molting feathers. The only way I can title him in appearance was like a fallen angel. We stood there for a bit just watching each other. Then the thing raised an arm and pointed with one finger at me. He smiled and said,
I will see you again one day. Don't forget your debt with the devil.
He then told me to bow, and I refused. This angered the dark angel, and he forced me to kneel toward him. I felt as if my spirit was being stabbed and twisted in torture. He simply laughed then, and walked off to the side, and I didn't see him after that. Right when he disappeared, my friend got up from his locked position on the ground. I asked him what he had been doing through the whole thing. All my friend could say was, "What are you talking about? We were just talking and you froze instantly." He stuck to his story, but he couldn't explain why all the trees around us were dead, and the ground dusty and cracked. I still go back there sometimes, and the place hasn't changed at all. The trees haven't decayed or regrown any, even though they have been dead for quite some time now. I still haven't met him again, or what he meant when he said don't forget my debt to the devil. But I know, regrettably, that someday he will be back. Echo and the Demon. My son Caleb was about 2.5 years old, and all through his short life has done strange things and had strange encounters, such as experiencing cold spots, seeing empty rocking chairs rocking, talking to walls, and visualizing lights in his photos, etc. But this was different. And this was dangerous. He would wake up at night screaming for me to come in to get him. He would not walk to my room unless he was told, "Yes, you can come to my bed." It was strangely specific and a little scary. The flesh around his eyes was purple, and when he hugged me, he was always shivering, and I could literally feel him draining my energy. He complained about the man with big eyes sitting by his bed at night and rocking, telling him he was a bad boy for wanting to go to my room. He said, "When I go to your room, he's running down the hallway after me, screaming I'm naughty." You can imagine what this was like. My son was terrified in his room, and I could not do a damn thing about it. I wasn't a believer, but I had to believe him. So when he started talking about incense and candles at 3, trust me, I bloody listened. By this point, we had noticed he would be horribly upset, then suddenly calm and go to sleep exhausted, but relaxed and okay. It was always at this point he would talk about Echo. Echo was a big man with wings. Echo stopped things from bothering him. We had had light bulbs shattered above us, things screaming my name, my pentagram, that my son picked for me burned against my chest. And then sometimes, the most peaceful smell of jasmine. And I would see lights as well. Nobody around us could deny what was happening. Caleb was terrified of his bedroom and would wet himself and pass out if his door shut. His toys were being moved around constantly. Caleb said this was by a friend, though, who missed him while he was at his father's. So a good friend of mine took us to a spiritual shop. There I met a lady who took my son's hand and talked to him about this thing by his bed. They then discussed Echo and the lady with the wings who came to help him. She cried as she walked my son through her shop and asked him to point Echo out. He pointed out a picture of Archangel Michael. With tears streaming, she explained that Echolosian is the language of the angels, and that Echo was Michael in his language. My son is an indigo child. She gave us the rights to clear this thing out, and during this burning of incense and incantation, my son dragged me around the house, pointing and saying, "There, Mommy, chase him. Get him to the door." I couldn't see anything, but just as we go to the door, something as cold as ice grabbed my legs and climbed up. It hurt inside to have this incredible cold on me. Caleb opened the door, and in this strong, beautiful voice, he yelled, "Michael, help my mommy. Michael, help. You are not welcome here. Get out. Go to the light. Don't be scared. I promise you'll be okay. Michael, lady, help me." The cold lurched off me, and the door slammed. I was standing there in shock at my beautiful blue-eyed boy, and I swear I saw the man he will become. He dropped my hand, walked into the lounge, put on a Bug's Life, opened his chippies and sat on the couch. I followed him and just watched. I asked him if he was going to be okay. Gone. He looked at me, 3 years old, and said, "I just want to be a boy for a while, Mommy. No more talking about it, okay?" All I could do was love him more for that. It's now been 4 years. He's coming up on his 7th birthday. 6 months ago, my son came downstairs and asked to see his angel oracle cards. He hadn't touched them for that whole time. He opened the box, turned the deck upside down, and shuffled on the floor. He closed his eyes and held his hands over the jumbled deck and pulled a card. It was Archangel Michael. He smiled and said, "Look, Mum, it's time." He has been collecting gems, reading cards, talking to Michael, catching ghost photos, predicting, reading minds, but most importantly, he has loved unconditionally. I love my son regardless of who or what he is, but to have a genuine earth angel feeling in the universe. There's a reason that Halloween takes place in autumn. If it was celebrated in the sweltering summer, or at the height of winter, it wouldn't be the same, would it? No. Halloween, or All Hallows Eve, is perfectly timed. Twilight comes early. The air is chilled. The trees shed their decaying leaves, and the earth prepares for its dark sleep. For death. It's no wonder we all get creeped out this time of year. We become more aware that there are things, unknown things, out there in the dark. Here are 3 true stories of Halloween time encounters with the unexplained. Number 1. The Evil Black Dog. JF lives in a small area of Texas called Del Valle, where there is little more than gas stations, schools, houses, and cows. It's rather boring. But one night a few days before Halloween would change all that for her. On this night, JF was driving her boyfriend to his house at about 8:30 p.m. Being a person who says she can almost always sense immediate danger or evil, JF's heart began to beat rapidly. For some unknown reason, chills ran down her spine, and she began to perspire, even though she had the car's AC on full blast. I was getting an eerie feeling that something evil was up ahead, she says. We are all familiar with how an animal's eyes glow in a creepy way when a light is shone into them. Up the hill, about 2 minutes from my house, a black dog walked right in front of my car, JF says. She thought it was peculiar that the animal was just casually walking across the road without any apparent fear of getting hit by her car. I hit the brakes and managed to stop about 5 feet from the dog, she remembers. It just stood there and stared at me. I turned on my high beams, and when I saw its eyes, they turned a golden, reddish tint. It stood there for about a minute, then walked away. I hit the gas and sped off, terrified. But when I looked back, the dog was nowhere in sight. JF proceeded home, but could not shake the weird feeling of dread that overcame her before and during her encounter with that black dog. Was it a harbinger of something more terrifying? JF believes it was a catalyst for a very disturbing dream a few nights later. I dreamed that I was in my room listening to music when it all of a sudden stopped, she recalls vividly. I looked at my iPod, and it was still playing, but there was no sound. I looked at my door, and there was a man in a black trench coat staring at me. It wasn't the fact that there was a man in my room that freaked me out. It was his face. It was red with black cracks all over, and he had horns. His eyes were a deep gold with no pupil, and he had long fangs coming out of his mouth. I just sat there staring at him. Then he said, "It's time." And that's when I noticed a watch in his left hand. When he spoke, his breath came out as smoke and reeked of burning, spoiled meat. He made a grab for my neck, and that's when I woke up. The first smell that came to me was burning, spoiled meat. JF continues to be haunted by those connected experiences. I can never be outside now, not at night. Demons and ghosts exist outside. I have purified my room because it seems that's where I'm most vulnerable. These entities seem to appear when I'm trying to enjoy life. Number 2. Happy Halloween Fairy. Storybook fairies have been traditional Halloween costumes for many years. What Richard saw at Halloween time in 2008, however, was no costume child. It was the night of the elementary school Halloween party, and Richard had taken his children to the school in central New Jersey to attend. The party was held in the school's large cafeteria, which was decked out in Halloween decorations and orange floodlights. A DJ played music, and a costume teacher greeted the children with her Halloween bag, glowing with orange lights. As the children enjoyed the festivities, Richard ducked outside to the parking lot to catch a quick smoke. He could still keep an eye on the kids from outside through the windows. As he was standing there smoking, Richard noticed a tiny but intensely bright orange light dancing about at the treetops near the tree line past the end of the parking lot. At first, he didn't think much of it. Perhaps it was just a reflection of the orange floodlights, he thought. But the more he watched it, the more puzzling it seemed. What is that anyway? He asked himself. The glowing orange light was fluttering around like a butterfly in erratic up and down motions and from side to side. I considered that perhaps someone had a Halloween light suspended from a string on a pole, he says, and was bobbing it about because that's what it looked like. But that didn't make sense either. This fluttering light was 20 feet off the ground. Could it have been a remote-controlled flying toy of some kind? While I pondered this, says Richard, it flew toward the tree line and disappeared. I went down to the end of the parking lot to see if there was any people in the grass near the trees. Other than what appeared to be a person sleeping in one of the cars, there was nobody in sight. I can only conclude that this must have been a fairy enjoying the holiday festivities. Number 3. The Troll. Amanda's Halloween experience took place in 2008, right before the holiday. And no matter how much she tries, she cannot forget or convince herself that she was mistaken in what she saw. I was driving to my parents' house for Sunday dinner, Amanda says. It was a trip from Amanda's home near Pinecrest in Campbell County, Tennessee, to her parents' more rural home 5 miles further out of town. It was a sunny fall day at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Amanda was driving rather fast on the winding road with her daughter in the front seat. She was a bit late. I came around a curve in the road, she says, and suddenly had to swerve the car sharply to the driver's side to avoid hitting something sitting on the edge of the road on the passenger's side. I slowed down and got a good look at it, and I have no idea what I saw. It, whatever it was sitting slightly in the road with its legs stretched out in front of it. Its back was facing the road, and its legs were in someone's driveway. At first I thought it was a Halloween decoration some moron had put on the road for a joke, because it looked like a stuffed dummy or something. I saw it back too at first, and it wore all black, a black hat, and had straight black hair coming to just past its collar. I say it looked like a dummy, because it was sort of slumped over, and the back of its coat looked lumpy, like it was stuffed with leaves. Amanda passed it slowly in her car, rather annoyed at the prank because it nearly caused her to wreck her car. But then it became apparent that this was no Halloween dummy. It turned and looked at me, she says. The best way I can describe its face is that it looked sunken and wrinkled like a dried apple. Its face was also solid black like the rest of it, and it didn't move except to glance over its shoulder at me. My daughter looked at me, shocked, and I hit the gas and sped away. I was horrified and told my mother about it when I arrived there, describing it as ridiculous as it sounds. I called it a troll. She laughed at me, even though my daughter supported my story and insisted that it had been someone in a costume. But why would they be sitting in such a dangerous spot in the road like that? I don't have a clue what it could have been, but I've never seen it again. Neither have I forgotten it, unfortunately. I think about it every time I pass that driveway. My family still teases me about my troll sighting, so I don't tell anyone about it anymore. A little background information. From when I was a little kid, I would often have weird sleep paralysis experiences. My body would become locked up at night, but I was fully consciously aware. It scared the hell out of me at the time. I would scream to break the paralysis, to the point that my parents became very worried about me. I remember telling my dad about it at one point when I was like 5 years old. Then, when I was a teenager, I had a semi-significant experience where I was napping on a couch on a lazy, quiet afternoon, and my legs started to float above my body, but I was tethered at the head. This sparked an interest in these experiences, and when I was in college, I began to research astral projection, along with some significant drug experimentation. I was never able to achieve astral projection despite many attempts at meditation. The closest I came was some very mild vibrations on my skin. It just felt like goosebumps. I then became a physician, and through the progression of scientific medical training, chalked these experiences up to just some weird neural firing. I explain my experiences as just your typical sleep paralysis. I have also in recent years become a staunch atheist, choosing to only believe in what is tangible in this world. About a year ago, I began to experience something new though, sleep to very intense vibrations and a feeling that I was rushing toward the ceiling of my room. I was also physically paralyzed. When I was a child, the paralysis terrified me. However, now that I was older, I just calmly would observe what was happening. Again, over the last year, I just thought it was a weird neural thing that happens to some people. The brain, after all, is a mystery in many ways. However, because of my previous interests in astral projection over the last year, every time I experience this in rushing, I attempt to break through. This always has resulted in me opening my physical eyes and just waking up. My skin always tingles a little bit after these experiences. Then, last night happened. This is one of the most profound experiences of my life. My girlfriend had woken up around 4 a.m. to go to work, and woke me up in the process, said goodbye, and I went back to sleep. It was raining out, and I was sort of drifting in and out. I had a very clear dream that involved me fighting some sort of demon to save a bunch of people. I had godlike powers in the dream, and felt very powerful. I don't think it was any different than any other normal dream. It clearly didn't feel any different. The dream ended, and I was lying in bed, semi-awake in my room, when all of a sudden I simultaneously became paralyzed and became aware that there was a woman standing in my room. It was like I was looking through squinted eyes. Remember, I was paralyzed. I was confused by sleep, and all I was thinking was why my girlfriend had come back home. The woman walked over to the side of my bed, and it was then that I realized it was not my girlfriend. I have no idea why I wasn't terrified, but I wasn't. I just stayed calm. I tried to kick her, but my foot wouldn't move. Then the vibration started. It felt the same as what I have been experiencing for the last year, except exponentially stronger. If I had to describe what I was feeling in one word, it would be electricity. As a physician, it's what I would imagine an epileptic seizure feels like. My body was supercharged, vibrating, and I felt the same rushing upward. I knew that this experience was very different than what I had felt before. It felt like I was finally getting a chance to break through. So I rolled my body, and it worked perfectly. I rolled out of my body. And I mean I was out. I was fully consciously aware of everything, but I was still semi-paralyzed. I could only see through slits in my eyes, and I watched the woman walk out of my apartment and sort of drift through the wall. I was floating around my ceiling, willing myself to burst through the roof or wall, anything. Gradually, I slowly floated back to my body. It still felt like every part of me was supercharged, though. Electricity was at my fingertips, in my brain, in my eyes. It seemed like I could feel it in the air. So I thought I'd have another go at it, and rolled out again. This time, I was more upright, and I could see my room a little better. It was sort of like I was drunk, though, like I was floating upright, but at an angle, so my head was scraping along the wall. All I could think about was how solid the wall. I was amazed at how concrete it was, like completely tangible. I was able to float around and observe a little more, then gradually floated to the floor, but I was propped up against my nightstand. I was lighter than air, though, so the awkward angle didn't hurt or anything. I was thinking that if I were to wake up, I would fall to the ground. I must have stayed like that for about 10 minutes, paralyzed, propped up against the nightstand with my whole body sort of floating. Then I rolled back into my body and opened my eyes. Through this entire experience, I was fully consciously aware, and it was this that has convinced me I experienced for the first time something that exists outside of this three-dimensional world. The woman, the things I felt, the electricity. This wasn't a mind trick in even the slightest bit. Now, I truly am a natural skeptic, but this has blown me away. I've been giddy all day at work, like I was allowed to see behind the curtain for the slightest bit of time. I believe the woman or being that came into my bedroom helped supercharge me, if you will. And the feeling she left me with was that there is so much more to see, explore, and experience. My mother told me a few years ago that I was a weird kid, for she never had to send me to bed while I was growing up. I would always tell her when I was done for the day, and off to bed I'd go. I laughed and asked, "Do you know why?" She shook her head, so I told her the truth of the matter. My nighttime activities were far more real and exciting than being in the body during the day. When my head hit the pillow, I'd literally take off. I'd stand on the edge of the bed, launch myself out the window, and my adventures would begin. I would soar over rooftops, sometimes peering into windows, and could travel long distances in a blink of an eye. Frequently, I would land and mingle with the people I found myself amongst. Often they were speaking foreign languages which I could not understand. Usually I was alone, but occasionally was accompanied by either a cat or a dove perched on my shoulder. On one trip it was both. Sometimes I would hear the most ethereal, gorgeous music during the trips. I could see the people, but they could not see me, for I would constantly test that fact. I would board a bus and ride around the city I was in, or take a stroll through a building of interest. Mostly I love flying above the terrain and looking down at our beautiful earth. All of my senses seemed to be heightened in that state, and the music and colors were unbelievable. What frustrated me the most was my inability to stay aware of how I re-entered my body. One night, I determined to make a great effort to see how that was accomplished. I was always aware when my trip was about to end, for I'd begin to feel a drain of energy. It was like a sudden weakness or a tug drawing me back to my body. This night, I found myself losing momentum while flying over an open wooded area, and suddenly I came upon a large construction site. A huge masonry building with walls about 20 feet high, not under roof yet. I slowly settled in the unfinished interior, and my last thought was, oh nuts, now what do I do? I never succeeded in discerning how I re-entered my body, but just continued to enjoy the nighttime adventures. Years later, one evening a spiritual studies group meeting had to be aborted because of blizzard-type weather. There were only 4 of us there in lieu of the normal 20 who attended. One was a hypnotherapist, so we began an experiment. My parents were spending the winter in Florida, so our goal was for me to pay them an astral visit to see what was happening there, record my impressions at this end, then call them for verification of where they were and what they were doing at that exact time. I left my body, flying due east from Ohio to avoid the weather, and followed the East Coast down to Florida. When I arrived at the parents' house, I found that my aunt and uncle were visiting them. Uncle had a cane, leaned against the side of his chair. He normally didn't have one. They had just finished dinner together. Pop was watching TV. Mom was doing the dishes in the kitchen. I tried very hard to get her attention, even attempting to pull on her dish towel as she held it in her hand, but she remained unaware. In a phone call later to them, Mom verified to a T all that I saw on that trip. I gave her no clues other than asking her where they were and what they were doing on that night at the time. Turns out that Uncle Vic had sprained his ankle, and that explained the temporary cane. Apparently, there's much more to this 3-dimensional experience than meets the eye. An OBE is an out-of-body experience. So how about an OBE with similarities to a near-death experience? It is the closest explanation I can come up with to explain my event. As an adult now, I am describing something that happened to me as a kid, aged about 11. On a summer afternoon, we went shopping a short distance from our house. This was a quick event that happened before we got home. I was lying down in the back seat of my mother's car while my mother and sister talked in the front seat. I began to really wonder and say stuff to myself. I wonder what it's like to be dead. I could have momentarily shut my eyes. I don't know. Suddenly, I was in a black, empty space. I was instantly transported into this place. I remember the sunny day, thinking about death, and right as I was thinking about death, I entered the void. Total black emptiness, seemingly unending space, and it doesn't matter where you are, because it is all the same. I didn't move in this. I was just a consciousness in the void, amazed at the difference between life and death. Just everything gone. I was very worried to be there, as it seemed to be so finite. The end. No second chance. I don't want to be here. To me, I figured this meant that when I died, I could return to this place if I didn't try to give meaning to my life. And for me, the instant answer was to help others. The thoughts in my mind were very prominent in the void. The only sound being my thoughts made the void very lonely. Without distractions, you can hear yourself very well. My state of alertness and consciousness were the same as before and after the event. I didn't want to go to this void again. The emotions I went through were dismay, a feeling of abrupt and unexpected ending, and a wonder about if I were let out of this place, how could I feel good about my life if I had to arrive here again, and then fear bordering on desperation, ending with a deep willingness to go back to my day-to-day life. I came to a point where I truly wanted out of that dark place. I was back in my car, looking around, feeling very relieved. At the time, I viewed this as a real event because I was awake during the short car ride. As I was repeating the question, I entered the black void, and I kept up the patter of my own thoughts before, during, and after the experience. I remember instantly coming out of the void and being conscious of being in the back seat with a steady stream of thought. I was alert at all times. It probably took less than a minute for me to just flash into the void place. Go there, quickly contemplate the place and what to do with life if given the chance. Stay there long enough to feel stuck, and then get frightened enough to will myself out. Needless to say, I'm an environmentalist now. When I was 14 years old, I was really ill. My parents took me to the emergency room. They needed to operate immediately. I opened my eyes in the middle of surgery, and I saw lights. I heard the nurses and doctors talking. The anesthetics didn't work. I need more. I saw the doctors carrying on, doing something in me. I heard one doctor saying, "Nurse, give me more oxygen." I turned my head to see the nurse, and this was scary. I saw the nurse taking an oxygen mask, but she didn't put it on my face. She didn't even look at me. She put the mask behind me. When I opened my eyes again, I was floating in the corner of a corridor of the hospital. I felt strange floating, but I saw my mom and dad talking to a doctor. Then she was screaming, but I couldn't hear. The doctor only shook his head with negativity, and I thought, I'm dead. I'm a spirit. I wanted to go with my mom and tell her that I loved her, but I couldn't move. Then, I felt something like a giant vacuum cleaner dragging me with absolute velocity. I could feel the air. After that, I saw the light. Small at first, but I was speeding so fast. Then I went inside the light because I didn't feel anything. I felt a sense of infinite peace. However, when I opened my eyes, I saw my mom at my side, and I realized I had come back to the real world. A lot of weird things had been going on in my life, and I had been searching for answers in more unknown places, as I had many times before. In the past couple of weeks, I've been having trouble sleeping, which wasn't abnormal at all since I was a teenager. I've read a lot about out-of-body experiences and abductions and UFOs and the sort, so I wasn't very afraid. And when these weird happenings occurred, I'd almost immediately recognize what was going on. For maybe the 10th time or so this past couple of weeks, I was hearing this strange, soft whirling sound that reminds me of locusts, and I immediately knew I was trying to have an out-of-body experience. I opened my eyes and saw a floating light that was jelly-like and changed colors a lot. Bright reds, pinks, greens, blues, and yellow, neonish, just buzzing merrily above me. It filled me with joy. It made me feel safe, so I just watched it for a while and smiled. Now, I remember reading that if you see a light of some sort, to watch it, and it will help you bring you out of your body for an OBE. So, I was watching it, and at the corner of my eye, I started to see a shadow, crawling, slowly standing up. I diverted my attention to the shadowy figure, and it was that of a man. The light, still in my peripheral vision, the man smiled at me. Yet he had no face, just a shadow. He made me feel even more safe, though, and I have a hunch he may have been one of my spirit guides. He held out his hand, and I slowly took it, still smiling. The next thing I remember is, while still hearing that eerie, whirling sound, I'm transported back to my body, and the sound subsides, and my eyes open again. This just happened recently, and really got me spooked. I've always been able to experience lucid dreaming, but had trouble staying lucid or accomplishing tasks while in a lucid state. So I decided I would try some galantamine and choline as it's supposed to help with lucidity. I fell asleep and set my alarm for 5 hours. I woke up and took the pills and went back to sleep. This is when things got weird. I started to drift off to sleep, but was very aware of my surroundings. I saw shadow people everywhere, but they didn't seem to notice me. They were conversing amongst themselves, but I couldn't make out any conversations. It sounded like a room full of people all talking at once. As I looked around, I could see my door. I always sleep with my door closed, and I noticed that it was now open, and this startled me. Because of the angle, I couldn't clearly see into the hallway, but I could hear over all the talking my father's voice calling to me. As it got closer, I realized it wasn't my father. Then I saw the hand of whatever it was. The hand was mutated and deformed. It looked hideous. I popped awake and sat up in my bed. It was very hard to tell if I was awake or not because I had such awareness in the previous dream. I walked downstairs and realized I was indeed awake. I was very spooked and feared falling back to sleep because of how unusual the experience was. I waited about 30 minutes and decided it was just a dream and wanted to try again. I knew the pills would still work, so I went back to my room and laid down. Before I knew it, I was flying over my city. It was dark out, still being very early in the morning. As I flew, things started getting very blurry for some reason. So in a loud, clear voice, I yelled, "Clarity now!" Everything came back into focus, and I saw a pretty blonde woman, about late 30s, sitting and looking out the window. I flew over to her and into her window. She had a curious look about her, as if she knew I was there, but I wasn't sure. She walked over and made a cup of tea and sat down to drink it at a glass table. I decided I had better go because she seemed to be uncomfortable with my presence being there. I sunk through the floor into the downstairs and walked outside through the closed door. I thought of my friend Jordan, who I hadn't seen for a long time. I decided to pay him a visit, and I was transported to his apartment. He had some girls over and was talking with them about the plans for the day. They left, and I was alone in the apartment. Now, for some reason, I was feeling very drained. I decided to lie down for a bit, and as I did, I could feel myself roll out of the dream body I was occupying. As I rolled out, I turned and looked and could see the body I was previously in. I could see the details in my face as I took a breath. I started to freak out a little because I hadn't experienced seeing my body before. As I started to get worked up, everything started shaking, and I could feel myself being pulled into that body again. I calmed down and decided to just go with it. Once I had calmed down, everything became clear again, and I could notice a significant difference in how I felt. I was full of energy and felt extremely light. I left my old dream body, and in this new body, I flew down to the street from the balcony. As I was standing there in the street, I remembered one of those things I wanted to try when lucid dreaming. Time travel. I said in a clear voice, "I want to go back in time." I was in a long tunnel with a light at the end. It seemed like a wormhole mixed with a subway tunnel. I was moving very fast through this tunnel. As I did, I looked at my hands. My hands had a text that I didn't recognize emanating from them. The letters were gold and had a brilliant light to them. Because I was distracted with my hands, I hadn't realized I had stopped moving. I was on the same street as before, but everything was different. The road was dirt, and there were people dressed in 1800s era clothing walking everywhere. The buildings were all made of wood and were 2 stories. I walked the street, and no one even knew I was there. Everything was so bright and dirty. I was about to go explore this new world when I saw that the same blonde woman from before sitting in one of the windows. She was now looking right at me. I found this to be very unusual, as no one else could really see me. She motioned for me to come to her, so I flew up to her and entered through the wall. I was quite surprised when she began to talk. She said, "You are new, aren't you?" I said, "I don't know, I guess." I was a little confused by the question. She told me I needed to get rid of the text on my hands. She wanted me to hold my hands out and repeat after her. I began to put my hands out, and she started speaking some scary sounding language. It felt more like a curse than anything else, and something didn't seem right. I didn't repeat the words, and she opened one eye and looked at me in realization that I wasn't going to follow along. She opened her other eye and smiled an understanding smile. It still seemed very creepy. A glowing silhouette of a person appeared and dissipated right in front of us. She got excited and said, "Come on, let's go. We have to follow that." We both then went through the wall and floated down the street. She was floating in front of me. Remembering the authority I have in Christ, I uttered in my breath, "Show me your true form." There was no way she could have heard me, but she stopped dead in her tracks as if she knew what I had just done. She then turned around and now appeared as a deformed demon woman. And she was angry too. She flew at me and tried to attack me. I ducked down and grabbed her by the foot. I then picked her up and slammed her on the ground. Before she could get up, I returned to the body at Jordan's apartment, then to the body in my own room. At one time, I could see my room from one eye and Jordan's apartment from the other, almost like a split screen on a video game. I then shook my head really hard and sat straight up in my bed. Once again, I didn't know for sure if I was awake or not, as I had so much conscious clarity in my dream state. After a few minutes, I realized I was awake. I vowed not to play with lucid dreaming again, but the mystery still remains. I found that once I learned to hover in a deep meditative state, I would eventually attract benevolent beings. Upon waking, I would be so excited because they would teach me concepts that I could never conceive. For a year and a half, I became a regular meditator. Around 5 times, I have received positive 1-to-1 downloads, each experience lasting up to 20 minutes. When I read back now on my writing, I can see that the guidance I received these times was always positive and helpful on a human lifestyle level. The very last time, however, exactly 2 years ago in May, I experienced something very disturbing. Lying on my bed at home, in a Melbourne Metro CM, television on, physically relaxed and very comfortable, I began to enter the zone. Through the corner of my eye, I saw gliding into my bedroom through a slightly open door was something I can best describe as a swerving black cloak. It was gliding and bobbing as if controlled. It very quickly came toward me and hovered near the opening of my mouth as I was exhaling. As I next inhaled, it glided with the tempo of my breath and swooshed in my mouth. I nervously felt this menacing hooded being slide inside. It all happened so quickly. With my inhalation, it swiftly rode in with my breath. I knew I was being invaded. But then, exactly like a mini vacuum, when I exhaled, the entity exited through my mouth and sucked every particle of my last exhaling breath. Instantly, I was gone from the world. I awoke from a lying down position into a completely black void. No sound, no vision. I was in a state of confusion. After just a few seconds, as my comprehension evolved, I realized at that very moment I was, in effect, dead. Once this thought took hold, I was confronted with a very fast-moving reel of pictures of me and my entire life. My childhood, me today, everything. So quickly and sharply I could see all the opportunities laid out for me. These opportunities were highlighted because I hadn't beckoned them when they were in front of me during my lifetime. It was as though another set of wise, retrospective eyes were assessing the losses I had carelessly flung away from my path. Such a difficult idea to explain, but in a sense, I realized 100% that my wisdom had come too late. I started to panic at the idea of being dead. Silence of death in a thick solitary blackness was just not part of the plan I had for my life at this time. Oh, the despair and mourning I felt this time was truly a heavy feeling for me. I cried deeply. I felt haunted, gutted. Why couldn't I have seen everything so clearly when I was back in my body? Why? Did I waste myself? But I couldn't come back, and I had no one to point the finger at, no one to blame but myself. I was alone. I was finished. I knew that I could not come back. It was final. A thought consciousness surrounded me. It was communicating what I had forgotten from my life. Then I suddenly remembered. Yes, remembered. I had a purpose. Exactly what I was supposed to do here with my time. Then I awoke. Number 1. Ghost in the back seat. It was in 1995 in rural Northants, England. My daughter Abby, then 17, had just passed her driving test, and so we bought a little second-hand car. One morning, at about 4:15 a.m., I was ready to set off for work. Our driveway was only one car wide, and my daughter, as worryingly usual at that age, had returned home late in the evening, parking behind my car. This meant I had to start her car up, back it out before backing my own out, and then putting her car out in the driveway. This one morning, I'd backed hers out, leaving her engine running and the driver's door open, which meant the interior light was on. I should mention it was still dark outside. I walked back to reverse my own car, but happened to look back at Abby's car. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw a young lady sitting in the near side back seat. It was a two-door car. Seemingly, she was studying her makeup and pampering. This was full color, nothing gray nor translucent. I thought, what on earth? Or such like, and immediately ran toward the car only to find no one there. I often wondered that her spirit was still there, but my own rationale had blocked my perception. I only told Abby many years later, as I didn't want to scare her. To my surprise, she said she was usually aware of a benign presence behind her when she was driving that car. Number 2. Black Cloud Spirit. We moved into a house that used to be part of a military base in Kearns, Utah. I heard that in the 1970s, there was a two-plane crash above that neighborhood. Also, there is a serial killer who lives around there right now that the police have not been able to catch. Those are things that can be proved. This next part, you'll have to take my word. For about a year in my house, little things like sounds and lights going on and off would happen daily. I was good with that, but I started drinking and being sad all the time for no reason. And then all hell broke loose. One night, I was drinking with a friend, and I invited the spirit to hang with us. Big mistake. I don't know, but my friend told me my eyes turned black and I started speaking another language. She got scared and immediately went home. A few nights later, a black cloud filled my room. I shook my husband and told him I was terrified. He sat straight up, looked me in the eye, and said with a deeper voice than his own, "I am not your husband." I was scared as hell. He later said he could feel that happen as if he were not in control of his own body. Another time, I was having a conversation with some type of evil spirit in my head while I was unable to move my body and barely able to have my own thoughts. The conversation was basically telling me to deny God. I denied the demonic advances and begged God for help. The spirit left, as if he ran with fear. Numerous things such as that kept happening to the point I would have my children stay with my grandparents. And I was too afraid to shower or do anything alone. I had some church people come by and bless my home, and I was told to quit drinking, which I did. Later that same night, a demonic voice was outside my bedroom window telling me to let him in. With authority, I screamed no. And we have since moved. But I know that it is an evil place. And I hope the best for anyone who lives there next. Number 3. Answer from another dimension. On September 30th, 2015, I went to the grocery store to pick up a few things to complete lunch and dinner that day. I purchased 1 purple onion, 1 Vidalia onion, a pack of thin bread slices, a carton of eggs, and 1 brown mustard. That afternoon, I made a sandwich using 1 slice of purple onion. I cut off the root end and took 1 additional slice for my sandwich. I returned the purple onion to my refrigerator bin for later use. The next morning, I opened my fridge. The onion was no longer in the bin. It was on the shelf where I first placed it when I initially brought it home. And it was whole and uncut. No one had entered my home to replace the onion. I stood at the door of my fridge with a chill going up my spine and down my arms. I stepped back to think and immediately went to my garbage to confirm I used the purple onion the day before. There I found the butt end of the purple onion I cut off earlier. It may not be a significant story with a major leap in time, but the weeks before this event I had begun researching string theory and asking out loud if there was anyone who could hear me within another dimension to try and communicate with evidence. I don't want to sound crazy, but until it happens to you, everyone who experiences something similar is a flake. This really happened. I took pictures, and I wish I had the ability to match the DNA of the onion to the end, as I still have them. I can't get past the event, and it has completely reoriented my life focus. Number 4. Ouija's spirit provides proof. It was around August 13th or 15th when this happened. I was 14. It happened in Vero Beach, Florida. Now, I'm completely open to the spiritual world and paranormal stuff. It runs in my family, coming from a long line of what people would call witches. I love playing with Ouija boards. I think it's so cool to talk with spirits. Well, I was over at my aunt's place with my mom and two of my aunts, both of which live there, and we decided to play with the Ouija board. We got connected with the first spirit almost instantly, but he was a bust. He spoke Creole, which none of us playing with the Ouija board spoke. Another spirit connected with us instantly after we said goodbye to the last one. This one was a little girl. We talked to her for at least an hour. Her name was Ava, and during that hour conversation, we just asked her normal questions like, how old are you? Why are you here in this house, etc. And then it started getting weird. My aunt has 2 cats and 3 dogs. The 2 cats ran from one of my aunt's rooms to the back door, which is in the kitchen, where my back was facing. I was wondering why the cats ran so abruptly and randomly over there and just sat there staring at the top of the door. So I proceeded to ask Ava, the spirit, if we were alone. She told us no. She said that there was someone by the door. I understood, and it was the spirit we had said goodbye to earlier, the one that didn't speak English, so she couldn't tell him to go away. I then asked if she was standing with the man by the door, and she told us no. I asked her where she was standing or sitting, and she said, by a dog. Like I said, my aunt has 3 dogs. 1 light fawn color, 1 dark brown, and 1 light brown. I asked her which dog, and she said dark brown. The dark brown dog was sitting on the couch behind my mother. I asked Ava if she was behind the blonde woman, because my mother was blonde at the time, and she said yes. I asked her to prove it, and she touched my mom's shoulder and pushed a jacket off the lamp next to my mother. My mother was immediately covered in goosebumps, and her hair was standing on end. Soon we found out all Ava wanted was to cross over, because her grandfather left her behind when he had crossed. Number 5. Ghost of the Haunted Maze. I was working in a Halloween time haunted house called the Theater of the Lost Souls in Shelley, Idaho. I happened to be working in a pitch-black maze on opening night when I started to hear someone rubbing against a black plastic covering inside the maze. I assumed that it was just my cloak and abandoned the thought that a ghost was right behind me. However, the thought of me running my cloak against the covering left me after I started hearing footsteps walking right behind me. I had the guy running the monitor go and check all the cameras in the maze at about 9:30, because that's when I heard all the footsteps. He checked them a couple of times and said that I was the only one in there all that time. Number 6. Family history of paranormal events. There have been many paranormal and supernatural experiences in my family. I will start out with my dad's stories, from oldest to newest. When my dad was young, about 7 years old, he was camping in Missouri with his family, mother, father, sister, when a cowboy-looking guy walked up to their camp and asked if he could warm up by the fire. He spent about 3 hours talking and trading stories with everyone. He also had a white lab dog with him. All of a sudden, he said he had to go, so he started walking away. My dad was about to ask if he would stay the night when the cowboy disappeared into the forest with his dog. Later, when the camping came to an end, they asked about the man and his dog. As it turned out, they both had died in a flood of the nearby river years earlier. Another story was in the early 1990s, while my father was skateboarding with his two friends, Tim and Ryan. They saw in the sky a giant cloud, but oddly enough, it was shaped just like a Chinese dragon. Its eyes even reflected somehow, as if it was a real Chinese dragon in the middle of the Iowa sky. He said he could see his own reflection in the eyes of the white cloud-like dragon, a long snake-like body with horns like a bull and sharp claws like raptor's talons, sharp cat-like teeth, and even fish-like scales. But the part that stood out was its oddly human-like reflecting eyes. Now, this next story about him doesn't take place in one period of time, but throughout most of his life as a child. His bedroom was in an attic, and he says that the attic was haunted by a spirit of a loved one that every night would tuck him in while he was asleep, pulling blankets over him and putting his head on pillows. Here are some of my experiences. We used to have a dog named Megan, a black lab and a sweetheart. When I was 11 and she was about 8, a table flew off the floor and hit her in the body. A big wooden coffee table just flew at her. She was fine, but whatever did that did not like dogs. Another time, around 2011, I was hiking with my father and sister at a park called Riverside in Iowa. I was standing there while my dad talked to my sister. I saw a large, dark figure poking out of the bushes. It had a big dark mane like a lion, and a thick, but oddly anteater-like face, dark black eyes and hooves. About a year later, in that same forest, I found hoof prints in the dirt, but it was as if they were left by something walking on its back legs. One of the strangest stories happened to me around 2013. My dad was having a bad day. He owed rent he couldn't pay, so he was being sued by the bank, and from there on, it just got worse. He punched a big hole in the wall out of rage. His hand was bleeding, and he wiped it on the wall. Little did he know, he had summoned a demon. The blood on the wall mixed with a rage far beyond normal summoned a strange wolf demon. In his sleep, the demon attacked him. It had dark red eyes, fur as black as coal, a wolf's body, but it had strange human hands, white skin-colored human hands. It talked to my dad and said it was older than the human race. When my dad woke up, he thought it could have been a dream, until he saw the giant hand-shaped bruises around his neck. Number 7. Rotting Cemetery Ghoul. One of my many experiences happened a few nights ago. I live in a small town near Canyon City, Colorado. I had been with a few friends, walking from a showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show We were walking around down Main Street, and it was about 2:30 a.m. There were 6 of us: Lane and his boyfriend, Brad, Raven, October, Christoph, and myself. I go by Kitty, or Kitten. This was October of 2015. We were walking, and the street was dark and deserted. Being us, more emo, punkish in style and mentality, we were telling our morbid jokes and stories and such. We passed by Maine without a problem, and soon found ourselves at the local cemetery, a place I hadn't been since I was locked in a crypt 2 years before. I've always been sensitive to ghosts and paranormal happenings, so the fact that my spirit guide, Geo as I call him, was wandering behind me was no surprise. All of my friends know of my encounter with being locked in a crypt with some not-so-friendly spirits, but they decided to wander into the cemetery anyways. Geo had given the okay, and since I was with a group of people, I was also okay. We were wandering, and Christoph is also very sensitive to the paranormal. He spotted the man first. I had an odd feeling, a feeling I normally get when a spirit is around. I looked up as Christoph pointed the man out. I looked at the man, who was dressed in a rotted suit and had his bones showing. He was terrifying. I immediately latched on Christoph's arm, as he is a bigger guy. The man locked eyes with me, then disappeared, and reappeared closer than before. I let out a blood-curdling scream and started shaking violently. Now, mind you, I am very hard to scare, but I was trembling in fear. I felt as though I would pass out, and my knees grew weak, and I sank down. I started bawling then. I wasn't exactly sure why I felt so scared. Everyone froze as the words rang out. "Where's Abby?" We watched as the man slowly limped towards us. Christoph wasted no time whisking me up, as I was too weak to stand, and carried me out of the cemetery, and the rest of the group following closely. The man didn't follow us, but I was traumatized. It wasn't my first encounter with that man, as he was the one who trapped me in the crypt 2 years before.
There are people who are greatly in tune to the spiritual world. Whether you believe in this sort of thing is really just a moot point, because at the end of it all, it doesn't matter if you're a believer of ghosts, demons, angels, and other worldly things. It doesn't change the fact that they exist. Some people are just a bit more aware of their presence than others, and it's these sorts of people that they like to mess with the most. Number 1. It was the summer of 1966. I was 12 years old and visiting my family in Daegu, South Korea. I came from what people would refer to as a noble household, so it sufficed to say that we lived in a pretty large house in the center of the city. The layout of our home was simple and practical. A large metal gate that surrounded our home, and once past the gate, you were able to gain access to the walkway that led up to the main house. Korea was still a developing nation, especially it being just a little over a decade after the conclusion of the Korean War. So, as it stands, a lot of homes had the bathrooms located outside of the main house. Yes, outhouses. Those things I'm sure most of you like to compare to as porta potties nowadays. The rain was pouring down. Korean summers are the equivalent to monsoon season, so heavy downpours were common. It was the middle of the night and I had to go to the bathroom. It was a little ways from the main house and the fastest access was through the great room's side entrance through a sliding door. Grabbing the umbrella from the little container by the door, I had slipped on my outdoor shoes and opened up the umbrella just as I heard the sound of the door buzzer from the front gate. Looking over my shoulder, I squinted so I could make sure I could tell what time it was from the clock on our mantel. Nope, I hadn't been imagining it. It was just after 2 in the morning. Who in the world would be ringing the buzzer at this time of night? I stepped off the back porch onto the stone walkway, the rain thundering over my head against the umbrella. "Hello?" I called. There was no answer. My grandmother was a superstitious sort of woman. She always told me that when a stranger came to your door, especially in the middle of the night, you were always supposed to call out to it 3 times before going to answer the door. If you didn't call out 3 times and tried to answer beforehand, you would be snatched up by a tokibi, or what is commonly referred to as a goblin. The buzzer rang again, and I took another step forward. "Who is it?" Again, no response. The rain started to ease up some, but the buzzer didn't ring for a 3rd time. I wasn't relieved. Instead, my hand gripped the handle of my umbrella even tighter, and I took one more cautious step forward. "Who's there? Is anyone out there?" An uneasy feeling welled up inside of my chest. I chalked it up to it being late, raining, and needing to pee. After a few more seconds of silence, I turned to head off toward the direction of the outhouse when something appeared in the corner of my eye. I craned my neck slowly, turning to look back to the gate only to see a pale hand appearing over the edge of the gate in the rain. Typically, most people would attribute this to just being another Asian person attempting to break into my house, but no human being was whiter than a sheet unless they had makeup. Waterproof makeup didn't exactly exist back then either. The arm belonged to a woman, long and slender and creeping ever so slowly over the edge of the gate. It was attempting to unlock the door. I hadn't even realized that I'd dropped my umbrella and was now completely soaked through from the rain. My voice had been lost in that moment before it returned promptly, and I let out a horrified scream before turning and attempting to make my way back into the house. I slipped on the wet gravel, my shoes flying off my feet completely as I fell to the ground. Still screaming, I managed to get myself off the ground and tore off to the house, only to slam my leg onto the edge of the porch. Later, I would learn that I had hit my leg so hard that I had busted the skin and my bone was showing, but no blood was coming out. It was so numb. By the time my family came out to see what in the world was going on, I was a soaking wet and shaking mess on the floor. My aunt came to see if I was all right, taking note of the terror on my face. I wasn't even aware of what was happening, and it took about 4 cups of hot tea and a Chinese herbal pill to finally calm me down. Once I'd gotten myself put back together, I told my uncle what had happened. "There was no one there," he said. I blinked at him in disbelief. That couldn't have been true. There was no way I had been hallucinating. "I know what I saw, Uncle. Someone was trying to get into this house." "You don't remember, but in the middle of all your screaming, you were pointing to the door, so I went to see who might have been there. But when I opened the gate, there was no one." That was impossible. "I'm not crazy, Uncle, I swear." "I'm not saying you are, but you're lucky. If that was a ghost, you would have been in some serious trouble." I agreed. I'm glad I hadn't opened the gate. Number 2. Most of my family lived out in the countryside. My dad was an active duty officer in the Korean military, so I was often shuffled around between my relatives during the holidays. I had opted not to go to high school since it was only required to finish out middle school. I couldn't afford tuition and my father couldn't be bothered, so I often just worked in the city and would come out to the country during my vacation days. Country life was peaceful, but there were a lot of the kids my age who often thought the simplest of things were the most amazing. Take movies, for instance. There were no actual theaters in Gyeongju in the early 70s, so whenever a movie would be playing, it often was showcased for outdoor screenings where most people would pitch up tents and watch the movie on a giant sheet. A lot of the movies they got were also dropped down very late in comparison to their release dates in the cities. I was 17 at the time and visiting my family for Chuseok, or Korean Harvest Festival, coming down a couple of days early so some kids were still in school. A lot of my friends whined and prodded me to come out to see a movie with them that night. The Red Scarf, it was called, about a Korean fighter pilot during World War II. I had already seen the movie when it debuted over in Daegu, and had told them this, but they weren't listening. It hadn't mattered if I had seen it or not. It had been months since they'd last seen me and wanted to hang out, so I didn't think anything of it. Since my family lived out in the country, not many buses ran in and out of town. The last bus had already come and gone, so my group and I just walked like we normally did. We still had a good bit of daylight before it was time for the movie, and we chatted amongst ourselves, catching up on the latest gossip and them grilling me on what life was like in the big city. On the way into town, there was a dirt road you had to walk along with a man-made lake off to the side that broke off into a clearing. During the off-season, some farmers had planted rice in the lake as a backup supply, but that had been back during the war. There really wasn't a need for it now, and I had always wondered why no one had even bothered to fill up the lake. There weren't fish in it, and no one planted rice there anymore, so it just seemed like a wasted bit of space. Whenever I asked this question to any of the elders in the village, they simply said that they weren't allowed to touch it, and I, feeling that was all I needed to sate my curiosity, left it at that. We made it into town where everyone had set up the tents, and after getting a few snacks, we sat down and watched the movie. They, of course, responded with the amazement I knew they would have. After chatting a bit more, we gathered up all of our stuff and started back on the dirt road back to the countryside where our houses were. Since most of the people I hung out with were guys, it didn't come as a surprise that they were the stereotypical country boys who like to get into scuffles like any young kids do. As we were walking back, said group of scrappy boys decided they wanted to pick a fight with my friends. I wasn't about to get tangled up in all of that, so when they left me on my own, I didn't think much of it. The only thing I was pissed off about was how they'd taken the only flashlight. After being abandoned, I made my way back onto the main dirt road heading back toward the country. There weren't streetlights back then, so I had to just trust my eyes and hope that they adjusted as best they could under the light of the half moon in the sky. The air was still, the cicadas crying their shrill songs along with the soft crunch of my boots on the dirt path. Though it was difficult to see, I knew that I would be approaching the man-made lake soon. Stuffing my hands into my pockets, I walked on without much thought to where I was really walking, my mind wandering to other things, my family, my friends, and what I was planning to eat when I got back to the house. A soft gust of wind brushed up against me, and I suddenly heard the soft cries of a young girl. Turning my head, I tried to peer into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything past 3 feet ahead of me. The crying seemed a little ways off, and I paused in my steps, turning towards the direction of the sound. "Hey, who's there? What's the matter?" The crying continued, coming closer, and I could hear the soft scuffling of feet on the ground getting just a little bit closer, behind me. The little girl's voice sobbed a little, hiccuped, and then continued crying softly, but now it seemed as though she were only a few feet from me. Motioning with my arm, I turned and started walking again. "Just follow the sound of my feet and voice, okay? I know it's dark, but just trust me." I continued walking, the young girl continuously crying behind me, but she kept her pace with me, so I was grateful that I didn't have to slow down further to help her. As we got closer to the lake, though, her crying suddenly grew louder, and it started to get annoying. There was only so much patience my 17-year-old self could give. I told her several times to stop crying, and she just wouldn't do it. When it got to the point that she was basically all but wailing in my ear, I stopped and turned around even though I still couldn't really see anything clearly in front of me. "If you don't shut the hell up, I'm going to kick your ass into that lake. Stop crying!" And just like that, the crying stopped. Everything was silent except for the sound of the cicadas and the soft wind blowing through the trees. I took a moment and looked around, wondering if I had scared the girl into silence. Hey, are you there? But there was no answer. Nothing. After calling for her several more times, I figured she had gotten upset at my yelling and decided to go off on her own. Not thinking much of it, I turned and started off back to the path and went back to my uncle's house. When I got there, they asked why it had taken me so long to get back home, and I told them about the girl I was trying to walk home who left after I yelled at her to quit crying. My uncle's face drained of color, and when I asked him what was wrong, I could visibly see him swallowing the lump in his throat. A lot of people have drowned in that lake walking alone at night. They say the ghost of a young girl who committed suicide there will drag them into the lake with her before they get a chance to get past it. I never walk that path alone at night, ever again. Number 3. I have often been told that I was very in tune to the spiritual world, even as a child. I'm not sure if I really believe it, at least not the bit about me being able to see spirits and the like since I was younger, but I can't deny that I have always been able to feel the presence of unknown things around me. I had often brushed them off as being paranoid, but a lot of the elders insisted that I had power and needed to be more respectful to the spirits that belonged to the underworld. Years passed and I moved through various cities and intermingling with different people. I think I had changed addresses more in the last 5 years than anyone did in their entire life. Some locations were quiet and I was able to live my life in peace. Others were merely annoyances. I handled it like I always had, ignoring those weird feelings I often got and went about my normal routine in life. Wake up, coffee, work, drinks with my coworkers, home, dinner, and sleep. Rinse and repeat. I was 28 years old, living in Taegu and in the process of changing jobs again. Getting a job closer to the heart of the city, I couldn't be bothered to commute from the outskirts back into town every single day, so I opted to get a place inside the city within walking distance of my job. I was young and trekking several blocks every day wasn't going to kill me. There were very few places available in the city, even fewer that were reasonably priced and in a decent neighborhood. After sifting through the local newspaper, I lucked out and found a place that was on the market and the pricing was reasonable as well. I went to the real estate. What? Why are you looking at me like that? There was a moment of silence before he loosened his tie nervously. You're not from around here, are you? I'm from all over. Now tell me why you're looking at me so strangely. Well, there's rumors that the place is haunted, but even the fortune tellers say that whatever is in that house is a very angry spirit, stronger than anything they had ever felt before, and it's almost impossible to cleanse. Oh, come on, I scoffed and looked at him like he'd lost his mind. I must have mirrored the expression he had earlier. Well, almost. I'm sure I looked much more annoyed. You have got to be kidding me. No, I'm very serious. No one has ever made it longer than 3 months in that house. It's a place with very bad energy. I wanted to question why they didn't just tear the place down, but I remembered something my grandmother had once told me. That if there were bad spirits, angry spirits inside of a place, the last thing you wanted to do was disturb their territory. They would chase after every generation in your line until your own spirits and those of your family couldn't rest peacefully. Sighing, I shook my head and grabbed a pen from the cup on his desk. Just give me the paperwork. I'm moving in. It's the only place I can afford right now. Bring on the dead. It took almost no time for me to finish the paperwork and was moved into my new residence before the end of the week. The first couple of days in the house, I had probably subconsciously psyched myself out. There would be random noises in the middle of the night that attributed to it being normal seasonal noises of the home contracting and expanding based on the temperature outside. However, 2 weeks into my stay, things started to get a little bizarre. I came home late from my shift and hanging out with my coworkers. I was a little drunk and staggering into the house, dumping my keys and purse on the counter and peeled my clothes off layer by layer before collapsing into the bed. It didn't take long for me to fall asleep. Shh. I opened my eyes, greeted only by darkness as I heard the sliding door to my closet slip open slightly. I didn't have to see to know it had been my closet.
After you left for work, what time did your friend leave? What friend are you talking about? I haven't had any company in 2 weeks. He said, well, that's odd. Because about 2 minutes after you left, an older woman with black hair came dashing out of your room into the bathroom and slammed the door. Then he said he had been up all night. Having a clear view of the bathroom from the living room, he said she never did come back out. After this was said, we just stared at each other, baffled with our mouths wide open. Present day, I'm now a deployed soldier serving in Iraq, and my attacks aren't as severe as they were in my teenage years. But on occasions, I still feel an evil presence. I was about 11 or 12 at the time, and was staying up late on a Saturday night watching a scary movie. I was super jumpy and hungry, not to mention I was alone with my baby brother, so I decided to pause the movie and make some popcorn. When the popcorn began popping, and the rain was still going on, I was damn surprised to hear a knock on my door. Being the worrywart I was, I decided to check the window, which was right next to the door. However, I only did that because I thought it could have been thunder or perhaps my mom. Then I felt the empty dread fall on me. I couldn't move, though I painfully wanted to. This was the first time feeling this, so it struck me for the longest time. The silhouette of a small girl was facing the window. I have no idea how she knew I was there, but she did. The first thing I immediately realized was her dark, black eyes. They had no white on them, and they were just black. The porch light was illuminating her blonde, highlighted hair, and maybe her dress. I couldn't point out what she was wearing. I wanted to run though, but something forced me mentally to ask what she wanted. Why? Why the hell didn't I just jet for my room then? I don't know. But when I did open the door just a crack, her soft, dead voice immediately asked, "May I please come in? I'm soaking wet." I right then came to my senses, because she didn't have a single drop of water on her, and slammed the door, locking it. I shut off every light and hid until my mom came home. Since this day, my mom still thinks it was a dream. I know it wasn't, because I still have the terrifying image in my head. My brother doesn't remember a thing, and he didn't wake up once. I think this may have been an encounter. However, I actually am a bit scared to admit it was.
This was fairly recent, and the encounter I had reminded me of the Black-Eyed Kids, and this subreddit that I explored a few years ago, when I'd first read about this phenomenon. So right now, I'm on spring break, meaning I went to my dad's for the week, and have almost nothing to do. So late at night, I like to troll the town, walking alone, even if that does seem a bit dangerous. But I only have one friend here. Anyway, Sunday night, I was out on the town alone, and leaving a little pub I had found on Main Street that sold the apple ale I liked. It was about 1 in the morning. So yeah, I was a little buzzed, about 2 glasses, and I wore a large black sweatshirt with dark jeans to fend off creepers. It works. But I was walking back home in the dark, with my phone out as a flashlight on my street. There are limited lights on this street. It's a relatively safe neighborhood though, and it's middle class, so I figured no one else would be out. I was walking about 3 houses away from mine,